Yo, what's up? Good evening. Thanks, Ram Assist, for the gift sub to Bloom. That was a fun stream yesterday, right? Had a good time. Yeah, I just still messed up from the sponge-a-thon, I think. Just very tired all the time. Also, hey everybody. Welcome back. What's up, Yo-Yo? What's up, Ace? What's up, PD? Yeah, Dog was a funny stream. Incrediman was funnier, though. My brain. Yeah, no, I'm glad you guys enjoyed the new video. If you haven't seen it yet, use the explained command. I noticed that the first one got a lot more views too, because I think that people had missed the first one and they went back and watched it. So that was cool. Figured that would happen too. Thanks, KH, for the happy birthday. What's up, Munch? What's up, Grand Shine? Thank you. Yeah, Dog was like, I don't know, man. You kind of just like walk around and collect shit. The platforming was kind of fun in some spots, but it was kind of annoying because the camera was really bad. What's up, KT? Yeah, I like the game. I thought it was pretty mid, but I still liked it.
Yeah.
Yo, KT. Munch, thank you for the gift to KT, rather. Bob Simulator. The big heads. Thanks, Munch, for the gift to Tactical. Dog. Yeah, Incredibles was right after. I think it started at like 1 AM, right? It's like a 5-hour playthrough. Thanks, Element, for the gift sub to SHiFT will PB this stream. Yeah, thank you again, Munch. Thank you guys. No editing tonight, by the way. Just Sponge, probably. Yeah, that game unlocked some memories I didn't know I had. I had not played the game in like 20 years. Hey Joel, yeah. Sorry about that. I'm still kind of fucked up. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, it seems like it's doing alright. The only videos that did better than it were like the first part, obviously. The Dark Souls of SpongeBob highlight reel. And there was like one PB that did like really well because people were like shocked at the 21-second improvement.
Yeah.
What's up, clone? Thanks for the 6 months. It's been going alright. Movie night was last night. They usually do it on Saturdays. Unless you mean like movie tuxedo? Oh yeah, we gotta do a trailer for that, right? I'll probably do that one off stream. Yeah, that's what I was planning on doing, because it's not copyright, yeah. Yeah, man, thank you, Kyle. Yeah, that's not, it's supposed to be classy, not garbage. It's supposed to be classy. Is Sponge on the Run any good? No idea. Never seen it. He literally said that his SoundCloud's garbage. I don't know what you want me to say. Yeah, but the whole point of this movie shit is that it's like it's classy. We're probably gonna play like classical music during the actual playthrough. Yeah, we'll see what memes come out of chat. The fuck? The fuck was that? How was the end? A lot of button pressing. Yeah, it didn't start off bad, and then it just gets way worse. Like I said, once you get into the facility, the syndrome layer, it gets real bad. Yo, Mythic. It was pretty funny. Some funny moments. Yeah, it was funny. It'll be on YouTube soon. Once it gets processed, I'll put it up. The wheels in downtown let us do CCA later. So you collect 6 wheels, you warp to rock bottom and press the L trigger on the frame that you load in, and it gives you the reward for the art. Because the value of 6 transfers to the next level. It's pretty cool.
I've gone.
Yeah.
Thanks C40 for the 17 months. Yeah, I didn't want to talk about too much because I didn't want to like crowd people with information. Yeah, I don't have anything to like work on tonight. What I'm probably gonna do is work on, like, when I wake up tomorrow, I'll probably just record this shit for part 3 and then like edit that. But yeah. Probably won't have anything to work on stream for a little bit. At some point this week we'll work on the 3rd one though. Hope so. It's just speaking from like personal experience, but for the next one I do have a few bullet points. Just because I missed stuff in the previous one, I want to make sure they get covered. Like, there are things that I wouldn't normally talk about, but because I decided not to include them in previous videos, they have to be brought up at some point. As far as stuff is explained, that's like all on the fly.
Yeah.
Hey Justin, thank you for the 10 months. Yeah, you can just turn the camera like away from the level, but you're also like making yourself, you're putting yourself in a bad spot to actually hit the pipe. Downtown just lags in general, like even if you turn the camera, it's like not even that good. You still have the particle effects to deal with. Sponge. We got a busy week. Yeah, the game is pretty crazy. There's a lot of shit.
The graveyard.
It's crazy how improved this is compared to like Scooby-Doo. Like, goddamn, this is 1 year. 1 year after Scooby-Doo. I guess they were. I mean, I feel like it was just like they didn't know how to program cameras very well. They fucking nailed this game though. Like, it's kind of crazy like how good this game is. Like, the camera positioning and angle and like control are just amazing for casual play. No, Heavy Iron's still around. They're just not like the same as they used to be, obviously. Like, a lot of their most talented people do not work there anymore. No, THQ went bankrupt. Heavy Iron's independent, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is the only game they made that was like a 9 out of 10. Everything else is like okay. Okay at best. Everything else is like fine. Incredibles is pretty graphically impressive for the time, though. Just the style didn't age well, that's all. Huh. You say that like it's like on my list of things to do. But alas, it is not. Somebody wants to pay me a lot of money, maybe. Yeah, check out the new video. $10,000 for Truth or Square. No, you don't. It's B and then start. Yeah. Well, judging by the layout, the sub badges, it's probably orange. No runs yet, just getting ready to go. What's going on? We're probably gonna play Friday, next few days. I gotta record for my next video. How was the hell? I mean, it was, you know, it was alright. It was like a 4. It was off to a fine start, and then it just gets really bad. You just press buttons. How does any of this work? Funny you ask that. Just put out a new video today explaining how a lot of this shit works. Check it out. This part's gonna be covered in the next video. Yeah, the Violet stealth shit was just like kind of cringe, honestly. Good thing there was only one of them. What's up, Ace? It's going alright. Just happy to see the new video did okay. The first part got more views because of it, which was nice. You still hold the record? Yeah. It's been a little over a month since I got one. I feel like I'm capable of getting a 42 now. Just probably take a while. Could take a couple of months till we start seeing like consistent paces. Yeah, I'm doing 80% right now. Thanks, Darkstar. Still gonna continue talking about the one that I'm talking about. I'm not just gonna switch halfway through. Because we're already like talking about shit that's, you know, it's all connected. Yeah, I have not played 100% since March or April. But I'll play it again at some point. Right now, I just want to try to get a 42. What's up, Bulls?
And here we are, folks, the main event. A gauntlet of ever-increasing ferocity. It looks like SpongeBob has an opportunity here. Will
minutes,
SpongeBob
man.
be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Wow.
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Yeah, we worked really hard to get it there, that's
Will
for sure.
SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
100% is 70 minutes. But I'd like to bring it down to a 108 at some point.
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed, man. Did you enjoy Dog last night? Dog. And Elden Man. Elden Dog.
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Dog.
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
It would take a lot more than something astounding being found to get 100% under an hour. It would take like 30 astounding things being found. And then some, probably. I don't think it's gonna happen. At least, in my time playing the game. Maybe it'll happen someday though.
Will SpongeBob be able
Yeah,
to
thanks, Nick.
neutralize the giant robot's brain? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant
Quit.
robot's brain?
Yeah, we quit Scooby and then we quit Incredible and now we're back to SpongeBob. Hey, Sinks.
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's
On my checklist?
brain?
No. We gotta get through the sub goals. We already have. Should probably continue Spyro next. I should probably do Ripto's Rage this week.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Yeah, I'm glad you did.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
We're doing Reignited. It's more convenient for me. I wouldn't have done it unless, like, if people said they were bad remakes, I wouldn't have done it, but people like those remakes, so yeah, I usually just take, like, if the speedrunning community likes the remakes, then I'll give it a shot. What's up, home? How's it going? We're talking about Spyro, not this game.
Cool.
It's been alright. Just woke up. Thanks, Sinks.
What?
Thanks for the GL.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Yep. Every day. Except for yesterday. Yesterday we had the dog. The gameplay.
Keep.
Say hello to my little bubble friend. I've got.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a good chance that somebody in this community will.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
It's definitely not true. Because diarrhea means that you didn't digest something the right way. It's just... It's like the equivalent of rushing. Well, that's the whole point. The speedrunning on a technical level is exact. So if it's not true on a technical level, then how good of a comparison is it? Thank you, Element, for the gift to Sandman.
Keep
I've got. Hello to my fellow friend.
Yeah, Scooby-Doo. It's an interesting game.
cut.
Sinking feeling.
What's up? Yeah. They're pre-orders, I think. It's good, man. It's good.
Hello to my fellow friend.
Glad you enjoyed it, man.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain! Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Yeah, give it a watch. I gotta do something quickly.
Yeah.
Yo, Element, thank you for the 10 gift subs, man. Damn. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
They are minutes. 15 minutes and 36 seconds. Also practice as well. You're gonna shame somebody for fucking giving you a donation. Cringe. The run is 43 minutes long. This is only practice. Pronounce what? Can't tell. They're limited time. They're limited print. They're only printing a certain number of them. That's just like how trading cards work in general. Yeah, I don't know about limited time. I'll probably say it on the website. There's no shot. Like, there are 11 creators and you're getting like a whole box. Like, no. No shot you don't get one. You would have to be so incredibly unlucky. Like, the odds of that happening are just like fucking almost impossible. No, there are 11 creators. 5 cards each.
I've got.
Plus, like, the fact that, like, the common ones... Like, you're probably gonna get a common from, like, at least... Like, 9 of them, you know? you need pretty fucking horrible luck to not get anything from me, you know? Like, if you get, like shit luck, maybe you'll get, like, a couple. I think it was, like, 6 a.m. 6 a.m. sounds about right. Yeah. It's like however many cards per box. I have no idea how they're packaged, but however many it says per box, like, again, like I'm not the guy who's making them. Whatever it says on the website. Yeah. Yeah, all I'm involved with is like I get commissions, or rather I get like a percentage of each pack that's sold, and I license my likeliness to be used. That's pretty much it for me. Like I don't like manufacture them, you know.
Are you ready, kids? I can hear you. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. If not nonsense, be something you wait.
Yeah, you choose the ones you want to support, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can hear you! Aye, aye, Captain! Who lives in a pineapple?
Yeah, I just want people to be able to like enjoy the run more, you know. Some chocolate, as always.
Cool.
50% dark. Yeah.
Keep.
No idea, ma'am. Depends on the day.
I've gone.
It's possible, but like, I don't know, like... where this run is, or nor do I care. Because it's not personal best. It's just practice.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Aye, Captain!
Yeah, this isn't really meant to be done for long. It's just, you know, warming up, making sure that we don't suck. So when we get to this point in the game, we don't lose a run.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Interesting. Yeah, the chocolate that I eat is like... it's a special kind. Where it's not cooked with like the usual like sugars and stuff. It has a sugared substitute called monk fruit. It's like not as unhealthy. Yeah, I take it you went to culinary school. I like the blue wood.
What?
Yeah, I don't order KFC, but I thought their fries were good. No.
Keep.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
I've got.
Yeah, I always say that. People like disagree or argue it. I think their fries are underrated. They might just be inconsistent. Like, some are good, some are bad. Wow, I suck at this game.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Taco Bell makes fries.
Keep. Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
What's up, Matt? Thank you, man. If you had $1 billion, would you leave Twitch? And go where? Are you saying I have to? To receive the $1 billion, do I have to leave or can I just stay?
Keep.
I've got.
Let's just get something straight, man. I'm not doing this for the money. If I wanted to do something for the money, I'd use my degree to get a job. This is a lot harder, a lot more stressful, many more hours, and way less consistent and reliable than any job I could ever get. But I enjoy doing it, so I'll continue doing it.
Cut!
I don't understand how anybody could possibly think I'm a fucking millionaire. I honestly don't understand where that logic even comes. Like, seriously. How could anybody possibly think that I'm a fucking millionaire? Literally wear the same fucking clothes every day. I keep talking about how I don't want to live here and I want to move. I work ridiculous hours. I feel like people who have never worked don't understand how hard it is to make money and keep your money. Like, having a job that pays X amount of money does not mean you keep all of it. You actually hardly keep any of it. $1 per view. What the fuck are you talking about? $1 per view. I can't even tell if you're trolling or not. That's it's a really weird number you came up with there. So thanks for the good luck.
What?
Get 1 million right now or 10 million in 10 years. That's not even like... That's not even a question of preference. That's just a question of how smart you are, how much you know about economics. You take the 1 million now and you invest it. $10 million 10 years from now is not worth nearly as much as $10 million now.
I've got.
What a stupid fucking game, man. What's up, Orbital? Yeah, I'm still sleepy from the Spongeathon.
The marmalade.
Swift.
Still having trouble waking up.
Where are all the security?
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. I literally pressed the B button and nothing happened. Okay, man.
Are you ready, kids?
Fucking annoying.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. Hypnotical nonsense be something you wish. And drop on the deck and flop like a fish. Ready? SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants. Are you ready, kids? I can hear you. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. Hypnotical nonsense be something you wish. And drop on the deck and flop like a fish. Ready? SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah, and just buying assets that appreciate over time, yeah. Just, oh my god, man, come on. It's fucking stupid.
Are you ready, kids? I can hear you.
Invest it back into your business, your health,
Under the sea. Absorbent and yellow
your network.
is he.
For me personally, I would invest in stocks, but I try to invest back into my business whenever possible. Everything is taxed, man. Twitch takes a cut from my entire sub shit, my subs. Like nothing from ads. And the government takes money from that, what I have left after Twitch takes away from it.
Kids? I can hear you. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. Hypnotical nonsense be something you.
Tax on donations too. Like Streamlabs.
Keep.
I've got.
What is going on today, man?
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain! Cool.
So stupid, man.
you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Thanks, Lobo.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Jordans. I don't think I've ever owned them. I don't know, they're just shoes.
I've gone.
On a good day, I'll sleep for 2 hours. Yeah, it sounds like a bit of an exaggeration. I don't know how you could function sleeping under 2 hours every day. It's cat. Either that or you should get help, yeah. Night, man. Thank you.
Are you ready, kids?
What's up, Tetrax?
I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Cool. I'm pretty bad about that too, yeah. God, I just fucking love this trick. I fucking love this shit so much.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear
Interesting.
you. Aye,
Yeah, I mean, like, I just don't like unplugging my USBs because, like, Windows fucks with shit when you unplug shit and replug it back in. Gotta love Windows 10, man. Yeah, I never had these issues on like 7 and XP. It's kind of dumb.
What?
Yeah, it's just like... maybe we're just out of the target market at this point. It's fucking made for people who don't know how to use computers, but at the same time, it makes things harder for you. Especially if you don't know how to use computers. I don't think I'm going to be going to Windows 11. I might just get like a separate PC for games to stream, like HDMI in, and like switch to like Linux or some shit. Do you want Windows 11? No. That's all, folks. Same, Mitchell. Literally same. It's funny. Windows 7 64-bit was a good operating system. I think Windows 8.1 was better than 10. Wow, man, we're still fucking this up. It's awesome. Windows 8.1 had like some weird issues. Windows Vista was such a shit operating system. It was either like it was just shit for the hardware that it was on, really. It was not fun to use. It's probably very specific to like which kind of setup you're running to have that thing actually run well. Ran like shit for me. And if you still liked it, you have to at least admit that XP was better. XP was just so straightforward, everything worked. XP was absolutely better than Vista. No shot. Oh, interesting. Like a marketing thing.
Say hello to my little fellow friend.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you thought I was talking about, but Vista was just, yeah. Oh, I see. That's interesting. What's up, Rockstar? How's it going? Yeah, out of the operating systems I use in my lifetime, XP and 7 were both great. Windows Vista fucking sucked. 8 was like annoying as fuck to use, but like it ran fine. 10 is just dysfunctional. Shit, like every time I update, something breaks. I have to figure out what the fuck is going on. Yeah, my first PC that was like not like a family PC had Windows Vista 32 on it, and that was fucking like, I think I like went back to XP. I think I reverted. Yeah, I don't think that any of us want to upgrade to Windows 11. Unfortunately, however, Windows 10 will stop getting security updates someday, and at that point you have to choose what you go to. So like it's either you stay on Windows or you go somewhere else. I mean, that's fine, but like it really depends on the end user. I'm probably gonna be using whatever most people in my profession find to be the best, you know. It really doesn't matter what programs you're running. If you're like going on like social media and shit, that's your only requirement, then like, yeah, you're gonna have different requirements than somebody who's trying to record something and stream it and edit videos and whatnot. Morning.
Swift. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
But if Windows is not ideal for me when they stop rolling out updates for 10, I might just try 11 and then from there figure out what to do.
Where are all the security?
Running. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, problem, for the 20 months. Yeah, man, no problem. Thank you. Wow, that was bad.
That one.
You son of a fucking bitch, man. Okay. Fucking whatever. Just whatever.
Here we are in.
Yeah.
Hey, kid.
Thanks, Big Adam, to the 47. Hey, man. Thanks, Shukan.
The graveyard.
Oh boy. Let's just not even fucking... Let's not even go there, okay? Let's just not even fucking go there.
Are you ready, kids?
So fucking bad.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
The graveyard.
Ahoy! Say hello to my fellow friend.
Oh my god. Temple OS. I wonder if anybody unironically uses that.
Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Yo, Steph, what's up?
Had enough?
I think I'm gonna do that again. I can't really tell what's happening. Am I gonna PB soon or not? Guess we'll find out.
The graveyard.
Windows 98.
Are you ready, kids? I can hear you.
I think my first operating system was Windows 95. It sounds about right to me.
The graveyard.
Are you ready, kids? I can hear you.
The graveyard.
Oh shit. Hey Max, it's been alright. We played Dog yesterday. And we played Man after that.
Oh. Say hello to my little
Hey Shulk. I was thinking we might play Ripto's Rage for a couple of days.
I can hear you.
Not tonight, but like tomorrow maybe. Gotta start waking up a little bit earlier, you know.
The graveyard.
Oh, that's cool. Well, here I am. Yeah, did you get the one from today and you recommended? It's an entertaining video. Nice. Yo, Fat Matt. Glad you enjoyed it.
Oh. Say hello to my little friend.
Jesus Christ. I'm starting to feel better though. Like, I'm not as, like, loopy as I was earlier this week, definitely. 34-hour stream is no joke, man.
Are you ready,
It's no joke at all.
I can hear you. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Yeah, that was a week ago. It lasted from Friday to Sunday. It's like Friday at 7 p.m. to Sunday at 5 a.m. Something like that. Epic stream. I don't know, but like there was only like a little section when I was like falling asleep toward the end, but we kind of had our second wind and woke up after that.
Yeah.
What's up, Adrian? Thank you for the 12 months. Good to see you. And nice on the year. Yeah, Creature from the Krusty Krab was just like fucking... It was very boring at the start, so I was just falling asleep.
I've got.
Yeah, downtown especially too. Yeah, next time we do it, we're gonna mix in sleep, definitely. We're gonna mix in sleep and go longer, instead of just going 34 hours straight. No, you're gonna be doing like Twitch Plays Battle or Twitch Plays Lights Camera Pants or something. Wow. Wow, man. Wow. Wow. So stupid.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
We got 1,000 subs in like a day and a half. Just unreal.
I've gone.
I'm trying to hold it though. Like I want to actually do more sub goals and stuff to try and hold it. Do more subathons and shit. Keep things fun. Just a visual bug. Tends to happen when the camera goes way ahead of the suck.
The marmalade.
Squid.
Where are all the security?
Say hello to my little fellow friend. Say hello to my little fellow friend. Get. Say hello to my little fellow friend.
What's up, Negan? What's up, Awesome? We're just getting warmed up. Welcome back, Sam M.
Last
Will.
I'm shocked. What the hell was that? Did I like zoom in the camera or something? Yeah, I did. That's exactly what happened. The fuck? Holy shit, man. What are you doing? What are you doing? What is this shit?
I can't hear you.
Fucking insane. Welcome back. Glad you enjoyed it, man. Didn't read chat rules, cause fuck chat. Don't make chat sad. It was off to a rough start, but I think what was happening was like people saw that there was a new upload, it was a part 2. So people went back and watched the first one, and then they watched the second one. Because the numbers got better as the day went on. At the start, it was doing okay. It wasn't anything special, but yeah, the video did a lot better. Later in the day, it was. Could have also been that I was sleeping and people were looking for me and they needed something to watch, so they went and watched that. Maybe. I don't know. Thanks, Rising King. That was fucking terrible. Hello, Kira.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye,
Yeah.
Hey Tom, thank you for this 27 months. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Yeah, this recent explained video is kind of long compared to how I want most of them to be, but hope you found it enjoyable nonetheless. Most of these are probably going to be like 15 minutes.
I've got.
Holy hell, what the hell was that fucking setup? Christ.
What?
Yeah, I'm getting my tuxedo this week, man. No, but really though, I do have to get a tuxedo this week at some point. To get like a fucking wine glass to drink water.
Keep up.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
I've got.
All the money to go.
17 times in one day. It's like not even possible. Watching them overlaid.
Are you ready, kids?
No, I'm gonna be wearing a monocle the entire time. I'm still considering the gloves. Like, I might just like cut the fingers off of them. Fucking movie.
Yeah.
Yo, Bingo, thank you for the 33 months. Square. The shape of evil. Square. God, I just love this shit so much.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can hear you! Aye, aye, Captain! Who lives in a pineapple under?
Yo, nice. Did you end up checking out the new video I put out today? You probably enjoy it. Working on a series explaining the whole run. This is awesome. Love repeatedly messing the same thing up for 3 hours straight. Would you rate this game out of 10? 10. 11 even. What's up, Koi? How's it going? Well, good luck finding a speedrun that doesn't have specific hardware competing at top level. Every respectable retro game is that exact same way, except for like Super Mario Bros. 1. You want to play Mario 64, you gotta have an N64. You want to play Sunshine, you gotta have a Wii. You want to play this game, you can play whatever you want, but if you want to compete at top level, you need an Xbox. It's an Xbox game. Also, I wouldn't be concerned with competing at top level when you're new. Maybe just see if you like the game first, and if you don't like it, you wouldn't have wasted money on it. A lot of people assume they're going to automatically be really good at it and just skip steps, but you really need to decide if you like it first, if you're concerned about like not wanting to buy a console. I believe the majority of people who have speedrun this game have not beaten it in under an hour and 20 minutes. Something like that. So people don't realize, like, you know, it's not something that everybody can get into, you know. Yeah. I actually don't know what the average time is. Like, I think it's like a 1:30. I don't know. Like, most people will get to the point where they can beat the game in an hour and a half, I'd say. Just based on the leaderboards, I guess. It's probably a flawed statistic, but yeah. I think it's been around there for many years now, though. Like, the game keeps getting bigger, but the average still stays around there.
The Marmalade.
Speedrunning only goes as far as you want it to go. So it just depends on who you are.
Where are all the security?
Hey, Spanish. Thank you, man. We get it later. Collect both spatulas at the same time. Yeah, right here. Come on.
Last will.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Com, for the 30 months. Hope you've been alright lately. I think I saw you during the Sponge-a-thon, right? Yeah. Makes sense.
That one.
Yeah, the next part's gonna be like, I'm probably gonna focus more on like misconceptions in the next part. Like I'm gonna talk about like why we can't just skip Sandy, because there's not like much to talk about, I'd say. Just like clarify stuff, wrap up the first section of the run. I just gave myself more time to talk about shit that's like miscellaneous, because there are gonna be some confusing things. I like both, personally.
Here we are in.
No preference.
Huh?
This is practice. Yeah, this is practice for everything after Industrial Park in the full run. The goal is to get consistent sub 1540s. That's the goal for this. Not even necessarily beating the time on the screen. All we're trying to do is consistently get under a certain time. When we start getting multiple days in a row where we can do that consistently, then we're in good shape. Until then,
Say hello to my little bubble
We will continue banging our head into a wall. What the fuck? It's always gotta be something, man, doesn't it? Fucked up. I don't know how I ruined that kill. Oh. Here it goes. Fucking cruise boosting again. What do you know?
The graveyard.
Come on, you fuck. You fuck. Fuck. Ugh. Alright, good night, ma'am.
Ahoy!
Yeah, things change a lot. There hasn't been a Murmur 1 in this run since like 2020. But you're probably thinking of 100% where we do have a Murmur 1 and then a Murmur 2. I was about to be like, of course I have. I've been around speedrunning for like 6 years. And I read the second part and I'm like, oh yeah. I love that. It's like, feel free to watch a 7-minute run where like 90% of the gameplay is cutscenes, but you know, whatever you want, man. People are just so funny. But you didn't speedrun anything. Unpopular opinion. Basically, I'm unique and also you didn't do shit.
But they don't serve love.
Yo, thanks, Ruvia. It's fucking hilarious, man.
And here we are, folks, the main event. A gauntlet of ever-increasing looks like SpongeBob has an opportunity here. Yikes! Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Alright, whatever. If I got that in a run, that'd be pretty nice. But yeah, the kelp and graveyard kind of ruined this. Unfortunately, again. Compared to what I usually get in my runs, though. Probably be fine. I'm gonna grab food. Be right back.
SpongeBob, you did it!
What'd he do?
What? Oh, yeah. All my plans ruined! That does it. I'm becoming a lawyer. You haven't defeated me yet. I still have lots of robots all over Bikini Bottom. I'll summon them all, and then we'll see. Uh-oh. I'll destroy you. You'll destroy me. I'll destroy you. I'll destroy you twice as hard. Oh yeah? I'll destroy you +1. Well, I'll destroy you plus infinity. Shut up, you stupid robot. Who are you calling stupid? I went to community college, you oversized coffee grinder. Oh yeah? I'll show you. Come here and fight like a mono.
Well, Plankton, I hope you learned your lesson.
Oh, I certainly did. Next time I'll get it right.
Ouch! We won! Who wants to get ice cream?
I do.
Need I remind you all that there are still robots out there making a mess of Bikini Bottom?
Sandy is right.
Well, I thought she was a squirrel.
I'm being punished. I don't know for what, but I'm being punished.
There's still work to be done out there. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy wouldn't stop, and neither will I. We can't rest until Bikini Bottom is safe.
Chair. Food. It's a reheated hamburger. I love it when people say, if you ask me. Because it's like, the obvious response is like, no, I didn't ask. Did I do what? Ask? No. Yeah, thanks, man. You have a good night. We're getting started soon, like full runs. Just gonna finish eating. I really enjoy MCT oil, man. It's like, it's really healthy, but it also just, like for example, like I'll microwave a burger and I'll like put it on the burger. It's like so creamy. I don't know how to explain it. Can you cook with MCT oil? Yeah, I mean, it sounds like an oil that should not be cooked with. Little shift. I still miss Tupac, man. Never forget. Even though I don't think I was alive when he was shot. Yeah, he was killed 2 months before I was born. I did not know that he was born in New York, though. That sounds like it's wrong. Did he move to the West Coast? You probably have heard it, but you just don't realize that you heard it. How the run's been. I had an okay warm-up. It was like, you know, good except a choke at the end. Usual. Yeah, I guess being 14 now. "14-year-olds were born in 2008. 14-year-olds were born the same year that World at War came out." Okay. Isn't that fucked up, man? What the fuck?
Are you ready, kids?
Good that I'm 13.
I can't hear you.
Yeah. What would SHiFT rapper name be?
I can't hear you.
Joe.
Well. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, that would explain it. And they're probably not gonna play Tupac's music on the radio. A little shy. A little shy. Bad start, but we'll see what happens.
They'll
Go.
Hey.
I mean, at least, like, kids today get to grow up with Kendrick Lamar. They've got it pretty good. What's up, Tyrese? It was just the people who fucking, like my generation. Like, we grew up with, like, Lil Wayne and Drake and, like, post-prime Eminem. I don't know, Kendrick was, like, during high school for me. We had, like, a little moment, like, a little brief moment with, like, a few good ones, like mid-2000s Kanye. Yeah, I remember Forever. That was a hype song, but I don't know, I just don't find any of this music re-listenable.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Yeah, I think that, I said this before, but I think that Drake might actually be the most overrated rapper of all time. I genuinely believe that. There's not a single rapper that's more overrated than Drake. Snoop Dogg is a legend, man.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yeah, Kanye has consistently been good for a very long time. He's definitely up there at this point. Like, he was already up there like 10 years ago, but yeah.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg and like Ice Cube are both like pretty good sports when it comes to like PR. Like people who are like gangsta rap until, you know, like fame and shit. I mean, they're still like around the rap community, but like, you know, they've more or less moved on to bigger things. Dr. Dre is just an emperor. He just owns a lot of shit. Well, he didn't realize his microphone was muted or something.
Fresh like a spring breeze.
Yeah, no, he just comes off as being like a good sport to me.
Roll the sponge. I get.
Oh, did he direct that movie? What did I just do? I just practiced the wrong thing. Nah, 50 is about right for him. Sounds about right. Not entirely, because you still had the thundercloud. Oh, you'll never be able to entirely avoid it. At that point, it's like, you're gonna reduce the lag a little bit. Or like, just focus on drawing a straight line. Oh fuck, you're right, that is tonight. Oh shit. Yo, Perky, what's up? Thank you, man.
I feel like a new sponge. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
No, yeah, this week's just been going by, or this month rather. This month's been going by very quickly for me.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
a snack, but there's no time!
Yeah, that was some pretty good editing. They probably used some CGI for the stones to like break up like that. It's a good blend.
Hey.
I think the thing people were most impressed with though, which is actually easier than it looks, is matching the tint of the scene with the Breaking Bad tint. That's just like a Premiere thing. You just like eye drop the whites and blacks to make the contrast and brightness the right way. Saturation, yeah. We used that trick on the history videos. We're putting Ringo in the Eminem scene. What made you want to speedrun this game? Cruise boosting. I mean, I got into the game through like trying cruise boosting and other shit, and I'm like, well, at this point I already know how to do everything. I should just like play through the game and like do a bunch of skips and shit. I'll time myself, why not? Well, that was like all we had back then, was just like normal cruise boosting and like sponge gliding. Just a very basic game. It was kind of like every other speedrun where like it just has one thing going for it. But that one thing is so good that it makes people play it. Now there's just a lot of shit, like it's got its own identity. It's not just, you know, cruise boost to win. Any predictions on Kim's fate? I'd rather not talk about that, because I know people are excited to watch the show. I don't want to like spoil anything or ruin it for people. Like, I don't want to like be right and then have it, you know, spoiled, you know? I just know they're gonna come up with something that's gonna completely blow all of us away, so I'm hoping that I'm wrong. Because it does kind of feel like a cop-out. I think they've already set it up in the veterinarian scene. But we'll see.
Hey.
Yeah, I also don't want to talk about stuff that's like been spoiled by AMC, but most people try to avoid because AMC tends to spoil shit. Like, if you were lucky enough to dodge that information, I don't want to ruin it for you, you know? But a lot of us weren't, especially like streamers, you know? Streamers just kind of hear everything. Better call SHiFT. Thank you, Grapes. Yeah, it wasn't just you though, like a lot of people made that mistake. Because you gotta remember that, like, not everybody's seen what you've seen. And some people just really try as hard as they can to avoid stuff. And I don't want my stream to be a place where, like, you gotta be afraid to click on it or you're gonna get spoiled, you know? Nah, that ain't it.
Well. Yep.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that I feel like it'd be hard to not spoil. But again, if somebody wants to just like stick their head in the sand, like there are some people who are probably just entirely avoiding the internet because of this show, you know? I avoided everything.
They'll
Go.
I avoided trailers. I
Hey.
for No Way Home, I actually blacklisted everything related to Spider-Man in my chat for a day until I could see it. The ending of this game actually is cool though. Or at least like the final boss is like very cool.
Can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for.
This game is just so good. Like how is this game like that much better than like Scooby and like Movie and Incredibles? Like it's kind of stupid that this game is as good as it is. It really shouldn't have been. It's just such an original idea. Yeah, like, for fuck's sake, the only platformers I've played with actual good bosses are this and Crash 4 so far. Not every boss in this game is good, but like, I think all the main bosses are good. I think that like Prawn is pretty good. King Jellyfish is fine for like a tutorial boss. Flying Dutchman is just very weak, but you know, it's not a perfect game. Incrediman bosses weren't good. I think that the Incrediman boss would have been great if it just didn't last fucking forever, you know? Like, I actually thought that those bosses were like fine, but they just last way too long. The game's just really padded out. It's got movie syndrome where like it could be fine, but it just overstays its welcome way past the point where it should stop. I think I would still take The Incredibles over Movie though, all things considered. Incredibles is like fucking comical, like the button pressing and shit. But Movie is just like, the more I play that game, the more I dislike it, man. It's also just like strangely ugly. Like, I don't know if you guys felt this about the game when we played it last night, but I really did think that that game looked really good for the time it was made. Like a 2004 game, that looked pretty good for a 2004 game. I mean, like the characters had like fully functional like teeth and shit. Like, I don't know, it just looked good.
Scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good looking game for 2004.
You've just met the sponge.
It's just like the gameplay, like I said, like once you get like to Syndrome's lair, every fucking level after that is just like pressing buttons. And you had the Violet and the Dash mixed in. The second Harry Potter game for PC, I agree. I think that game is pretty underrated too. I like the first one a lot, but the second one definitely like improved the formula and made it a lot better. Like the first one is made better in my opinion. Just knowing like how they improved on their mistakes in the second one, like you can appreciate it a lot more. It's how I feel about Scooby-Doo. It's like, could have been better. But like, look at what they did next time. Like, the literal next year they created this, so like, they obviously figured a lot of shit out.
I feel like a new
fun.
It is insane. That Scooby... Yeah, I could definitely see Night of 100 Frights being a game that could benefit from a remake, I agree. Because I don't think the static camera is necessarily an issue with that game. I just think that the camera angles need to be better. Like, the platforming angles for some of those things are just not good. The shadows need to be better, and so forth. The collision is weird because, like, it's like a renderware thing where, like, his feet don't touch the ground in sync, so, like, the fact that he has 4 legs makes it, like, really fucking jank. That was one of the most annoying things about the game, is that, like, his like, it's hard to explain. Like, he has 4 legs, and he, like, when one of the 2 sets of legs touch the ground, you regain your jump, so it just feels really weird and inconsistent. I mean, that's like one of the things I noticed that, like, that works really well for this game, but it works like shit for that game because you have 4 legs, you know? In this game you have 2 legs, so your feet get caught on shit and it's like good. It's cool. And the animations are also like way better. Like, you can clearly see like when his feet swing up and like go down. You can just see where they touch the ground, like when they're supposed to hit. But yeah, like Scooby-Doo, like they had a good engine, but they just didn't know what to do with it. And in this game, they just like ironed a lot of shit out. Like all the weaknesses in that game, kind of just like, yeah. That's another thing too. Is I think the shiny object pacing in this game is like literally perfect if you're not going for 100%. If you just hit stuff along the way, and do your combos and shit, you'll have enough for everything. Even if you're getting like the extra like clams and shit along the way, you'll have enough for everything. It's actually, like, perfect. It's kind of crazy. When I replayed it, I was very surprised. I didn't have to do any grinding until the end. And I was getting everything, too. Like, in order. So it was a very rigid schedule, and we were still, like, not having to stop and redo shit. They clearly tested the game a lot. Like, they clearly, like, played through it a bunch of times to make sure that the values were good. Such a good game, man. Like when I'm editing videos with this game in it, even at like 60 FPS, it's like every fucking frame, it's just so smooth.
That was a ton of fun.
Like the animations are just awesome.
Are you ready, kids? I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cosmic Shake is gonna determine whether Rehydrated was a misstep or like what they're capable of, but there are always third chances, so I wouldn't say it's the end all be all. But it would be nice to see them improve on the stuff they messed up. Yeah, that's another thing too, is like Scooby-Doo had a fuck ton of invisible walls. Scooby-Doo's collision was like really fucking weird with like enemies and shit.
They'll
Go.
It was really awkward, like how some enemies could be jumped on and others couldn't.
Hey.
Just the language of how the game is supposed to be played is just so much clearer in this game. I just really can't get over how much of a glow up there was from Scooby to this. It's so cool. It's like, I love Scooby-Doo just because I know like what it becomes a year later when they actually get their shit together and make a masterpiece, but like, holy fuck. The game's got a lot of problems, but I still enjoyed it. Hey, what's up? We're talking about Heavy Iron. The one thing though that like you could definitely tell from the beginning is that they got the sound design the right way. Like Scooby-Doo is genuinely a funny game to play because of all the goofy sound effects and like the laugh tracks and shit. Like I think that the sound adds a lot to that game that might be underappreciated. Like they definitely chose the right sound effects for everything. And that's just extremely important for game design. Like the fact that in this game they chose like the quack sound for the checkpoint. It's just so creative. There are so many like good uses of sounds in both games, yeah. Like the audio design from both games is just amazing. That's definitely where they excelled. Like, you could tell that Scooby-Doo had a much lower budget than this game, but I don't know. I think it's still pretty good for what it is.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Dog is the most game ever. Yeah, I played the reignited version of Spyro 1. I liked it. It was cute. I don't know. There's not much to say for it. Really good remake. The game's like kind of fun. I enjoyed it.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
It's just like, I don't think it's fair. Like, I don't like when people criticize like, oh, Mario 64 has like shit gameplay. It's like, dude, 1996, alright? Like, people need to fucking relax when they like go ham on games that were made like fucking 20 years ago.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
Bark, souls. You speedrun making Krabby Patties. You're thinking of Lights, Camera, Pants. Cause like that's like the literal first level that I'm sure everybody played. Where you have like a partner on the other side of the restaurant like flipping burgers to you. And the next one you're like making food. Yeah, I love that game. We just replayed that actually during the Sponge-a-thon. We play that like every now and then. I think that game is extremely underrated. What I appreciate the most about that game is how it doesn't try to ride off the coattails of this game like every other SpongeBob game does after this one, except for like that. Like every fucking one. Every single one. Like, okay, movie. Doesn't even need an explanation, because it literally just copied the game and worked over it. Like, obviously that was the smart thing to do. You know, Creature from the Krusty Krab, heavily inspired by this game. Robotic Revenge, clickbait. Like every SpongeBob game after this, except for Lights, Camera, Pants, at least tried to like ride its coattails in some form, but Lights, Camera, Pants does like a lot of great things that this game didn't do. And manages to have its own style in terms of art, music. The voice acting is amazing as well. Yeah, it just manages to be an amazing game. Despite like having to stack up to this one. And it's also just not even the same kind of game. It's also just a completely different genre of game. Yeah, I think that game is really good. It's super underrated.
Well, yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Yeah, it's just, if you want to take it to its logical extreme, it's like, oh dude, Pong? Yeah, I played that game. It's really boring. I can't see how people like that. It just sounds stupid saying shit like that, you know? You can't just, like, you have to remember there's context for everything. So yeah, like, I'll play a game like Scooby-Doo. If the game after that was like Revenge of the Flying Dutchman, then it's like, okay, yeah, these guys suck. But it went Scooby-Doo and then this, so it's like, okay. These guys know what they're doing. Let's look for the things in the game that kind of like they built on to make this one, you know? It is kind of cool though, like seeing how they animated the Scooby-Doo characters. Like the animation style is like very, very similar to this game's. But yeah, the thing about Scooby-Doo is like, They had a lot of great tools, but they were just like not organized correctly. Like, really good performance, the load times were amazing, there was basically no lag, which is more or less like this game in a nutshell. The animations were really good, but like, the fact that like the platforming is so reliant on the animations, like I was just saying, the fact that Scooby-Doo has fucking 4 limbs, shit was like getting weird when I was like jumping on stuff, it wasn't like colliding at the right time that you'd expect it to. But yeah, they just nailed it with this game. You can tell that it's like the same engine, but they added the moving camera. The fact that SpongeBob has 2 legs makes the game so much more playable too. And like, all things considered, like dog platformer, they did a pretty good job. I don't know, what games do you have platforming with 4 legs on? I can't think of many. Like Spyro is like one, but I don't know, there's just something about like Scooby-Doo where he has these like long like spaghetti limbs and they just kind of like, it's so weird, it's hard to explain. Like, the game is definitely a good start. That's like the best way I'd explain. It was a really cool playthrough though. Like, I definitely appreciate the game. But yeah, it was like kind of mid. It was, overall, all things considered, in a vacuum, it's a pretty mid game. There were definitely some things that were annoying, that were just completely fixed by like making a better camera, you know? Like, a lot of the difficulty in the game just felt like mechanical issues, like the dog not landing at the right time, and just the camera not being good.
Downtown.
You're new here? I'll keep that in mind.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess like the things that they didn't really have down quite yet. Camera. Not animations and physics in and of themselves, but like the way that the animations interact with the physics. Textures. Lighting, definitely. Quality of life was pretty low in that game too. Like, they nailed the quality of life with this game. This game is just so honest to what the player wants to do. Just fucking pause the game and warp anywhere. It's just so like, it's just so incredibly based, man. There's just no gameplay padding on this shit. There's no padding time on this game at all. You just fucking play it, and that's just the best part of it. Like, even like the SpongeBob movie game, like, you warp to a task, and it puts you in the, like, sub-level, and there's no way to leave it unless you beat the task. So, like, the warping system in that game is, like, almost entirely useless. Like, you just cannot navigate those levels the right way. It's just, it's strange. The saving grace for Scooby was the loading times, though.
3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just really cool to see where they started. New video fire, nice. Glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, I can make a video on how, like, Scooby-Doo, like, the things I noticed that transferred over, just as, like, a player, no technical explanation. Because I did notice a lot more when I was downloading clips last night. I noticed that, like, the user interface, like, the Scooby lives kind of, like, fade onto the screen the exact same way the underwear does in this game. But they added so many cool things, like the 3D objects for the menu.
Yeah.
Did they have that with Scooby? If they did, I didn't notice it. I'm pretty sure the Scooby snacks were like 2D, like superimposed. Like, man, this game is just like such a big step up, and it's so cool. It's so cool seeing like where they started. And yeah, Scooby was for sure 30 FPS too. But, like, good for them, like, knowing to cap their game at 30 and not have it be, like, a shitty 60 FPS, you know? If they didn't have the capability of making it 60 FPS, they were smart. What I think happened, though, more likely, is that they did not optimize the port for Xbox. I feel like they just kind of ported it over from PS2 and GameCube. And in this game, they probably recognized, like, okay, we have a lot more we can do on Xbox, so we should just really try to polish the game for Xbox. Because if you compare, like Movie and Scooby-Doo to this, the big thing that they did the wrong way, or at least they didn't do, like, as well as they could have, is they didn't optimize the ports. Like, for this game, every single port just feels like it plays the exact way it should for the hardware it was made on. Nice, man. Welcome to speedrunning. And many more where that came from. I mean, you get to the point where you start losing runs to, like, missing cruise boosts, and that's when it starts to get really, really painful. Like, from missing a cruise boost, like, a few times, you just lose so much time that you can't PB. I have not played... No, the only Scooby-Doo game I've ever played... Actually, no. I played Night of 100 Frights. And I played Cyber Chase when I was a kid for PlayStation 1. Yeah, you'll get it, like, next run or something. You'll be fine. Yeah, another thing too about Scooby is, like, the camera in that game is so bad that, like, you're just zoomed out the entire time and you can't really appreciate, like, how nice the animations are. Because everything's just, like, so small. Like, they didn't really have the right balance between, like, field of view and, like, zooming in on your character enough to see what's happening. Like, the game is, like, very, very zoomed out.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yeah, but the fucking Scooby snack pacing in that game was, like, abysmal. It's like Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. You really just have to get all of them.
Downtown.
The game kind of felt like a mix of, like, Spyro and Crash Bandicoot, though. You could tell, like, there were gameplay elements inspired by both. Like, they were clearly, like, PlayStation fans who made a Scooby-Doo game. But this game just feels so much more inspired.
You just met the Sponginator.
This just got really bad. Wow. Yeah, but, like, good on you for recognizing that you weren't ready to do those strats yet. Like, not forcing yourself to do them in runs. Because you need to be able to do that to improve.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. I feel like a new sponge.
That's good. Yeah, it's fun making friends with people who are, like, getting into the game at the same time you are. Yeah, you gotta consider, like, that's definitely something that Heavy Iron had mastered very early on, was making an OST that was really, really good for the source material. Like, all things considered, we laugh at Incredibles, but like, the OST is like pretty fire for what you'd expect from an Incredibles game. And they got like some little like nods to the actual score from the movie, which is hard to do, man. Like, Pixar movies always have really good music, and they somehow managed to make like a pretty acceptable soundtrack for the budget they were working with. I think it's pretty impressive. And Scooby-Doo, like, I didn't appreciate it when I played the game, but the boss fight music just does really feel like pretty on brand with what the game is supposed to be. Like, it's not meant to be like this like hardcore game. It is kind of weird that like the SpongeBob game has like the more dramatic music for the boss fights, which definitely is an improvement. But I'm not gonna sit here and say that like the Scooby-Doo boss fight music is necessarily bad, because it still feels like Scooby-Doo. Like, it's not like a very serious thing, you know. Feels like the show. That's kind of like what they were going for, I guess. Thanks Oblivion for the raid. We just started. We'll see how things go. So far, I haven't really gotten anything good. Yeah, just the sound design and performance of their games. Sound design, performance, and animations. And they had a really good physics engine, so like, their games are just fun to play. Like, for sure, Incredibles is a pretty memey game, and the gameplay is like pretty repetitive. Same with Scooby, is like, you know, it's a repetitive game, but it's still fun. It's a really big game. Like, Night of 100 Frights for a PS2 era game. There's a lot of shit in that game, man. Also, what's up, Harper? How's it going? Yeah, it's a really good start, but I appreciate that this game is much more, streamlined, I guess. Like, it feels like a very well planned out product when you consider, like, the 100 spatulas, and every level has the same number of spatulas, except for, like, the bosses, which are the same until the final boss, which reasonably you get to. It just feels like a very concise essay. I don't know, man. It's just so hard to call this game anything but a masterpiece. Like, it's not perfect, but it's absolutely a masterpiece, you know? I really appreciate that the characters don't speak unless there's something that they need to speak about. Unlike the movie game where they're just constantly saying shit all the time. Like, the sounds in this game are more to, like, relay information and not just, like, entertain the player. But to that end, though, I think the one situation where it did kind of work out was the laugh track in Scooby-Doo. It makes it, like, a little bit goofy and fun. I actually really liked the laugh track in that game. But yeah, SpongeBob and Patrick just bantering while you're sliding in a bathtub is just not very entertaining. It's just annoying.
Thank you. You've just met the Sponginator.
Yo. Morning, Callie. Yeah, it's a little bit longer than what I wanted to put out, but it seems like people still enjoyed it. Yeah, this game is just art. I agree, a game doesn't have to be perfect to be a masterpiece. Like, the only big blemish is, like, the Flying Dutchman fight, in my opinion. Wow, I fucking suck today. Time to practice, I guess.
I feel like a new sponge.
Thanks, Bundy, for the tier 2, 20. Thanks, man. Hope I actually get a run today. Yeah, that's the thing about like Scooby. Like the level design was like alright. And the control was like, you could tell that like it's getting there, but it's not quite there.
Yeah.
Like that's when you make a platformer, you need to make sure that the game is not working against the player, because the main focus of the game is skill. Thanks, Mundy, for the gift sub to Keemstar. Dude, I can't wait for Better Call Saul tonight. Yeah, the Dutchman fight is really, really slow, repetitive, and easy.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
It's just one thing though, and I'm sure like not everybody's gonna do that on their playthrough. Not everyone will do that exact same thing. That's the best part about the game, is like it's extremely easy to avoid things that you don't want to do.
I feel like a new sponge.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, Breaking Bad is not meant to be an action-based show, it's a drama. So if you don't like drama, you're probably not gonna like that. But it's the best drama, so.
Yeah.
If you're into drama shows, definitely check it out. Yeah, I was the same way. I couldn't get into TV, and then I watched Breaking Bad, and it completely changed my perspective on what TV can and should be.
They'll
Go.
Hey.
Oh yeah, another big improvement with this game too, which I'm sure was just like budget and not having an entirely clear vision for what they want to do. All the characters in this game have dialogue. Scooby, they had like some moments where like you talk to a character and they'd speak, but there was no like, you know, there was no voice. Plus like the dialogue had like superimposed text. There was nothing like a box that goes around it. Makes it easier to read. They did a better job with like reminding the player like how to use mechanics in this game too. Like for the first few levels, they show you like when you go out of bounds, like reminder. If you go out of bounds, you get grabbed and put back in. Scooby, I didn't even know you could run until like halfway through the game when somebody told me you can run. Cause it was like RT. It was like RT to run. It was such a weird like button mapping for running. Yeah, Scooby is a very weird game, but like
That was a ton of fun.
there are some good ideas they expand on in there.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, Scooby-Doo had a trigger button to run. It was interesting. In a 3D platformer too.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear.
Really fucking weird.
Downtown.
Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. Like, you're constantly squeezing the controller because you're trying to run.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running.
It's something. Like, the game is like very disorganized.
You've just met the sponge in
Like the power-ups and shit, like they almost feel like arbitrary, like it's almost unclear like when you're supposed to get them and like the order of doing things. You kind of just play it and just like shit happens, I guess. I appreciate that this game kind of has like a very concise scope where you have a lot of moves unlocked already, but there are 2 more that you get and you know exactly when you're getting them. Pretty much, like you get the new power after the first one, you're like, you can assume that the second one's gonna give you a new power. And the game is over. I don't know, man. Like, it's just such a better way of doing things. I really appreciate, like, how much they stepped it up with this game after playing that one. It just makes me appreciate this game even more. I appreciate both games more after playing that one. It's a cool game. There are, like, a lot of good ideas in it, but it's just not, like, fully fleshed out, you know? Thank you, Flying Squirrel, for the Twitch Prime.
I feel like
Welcome.
a new sponge. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow! Ow!
Would you call this one of the hardest tricks in the game? No, not even close. You guys have a very limited, like, view of what you can do in the game, because, like, I'm not doing nearly as much as I can be, and there's a lot more that you can do. So, like, no, I would not call this one of the hardest tricks. Like, you're not, it's one of those things where you're not going to be able to see it unless, like, you see it being done in runs. But it's like only I know.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger
Or like,
hunt,
I have my own
3
opinions
years
on what
running.
can be done, and like, I always think they can get better. I guess it's like a better way of explaining it. But yeah, there's plenty of stuff that's harder than this. You just probably haven't seen it. What's up, Max?
Are you ready, kids?
It's going all right.
I can hear you.
Well. Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
That was weird.
They'll
Go.
Nice, man. Hope you had a good vacation. I feel like a lot of people go on vacation in like
Hey.
the beginning of July. It's a pretty popular time of year. No, we have to. No. No.
Are you ready, kids? I can hear you.
Well. Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing about, like, being a specialist at something and not, like, a variety personality. I think I have a lot of respect from a lot of people,
They'll
Go.
but I'm never gonna be as popular as them. That's just not the kind of stream this is.
Hey.
Like, even when it comes to, like, comedy, I'm not really doing the things that people just, like find to be, like the popular crowd finds funny, I guess. Like, there's definitely, like, a formula that works for, like stream humor, but I kind of just do my own thing when it comes to that, and also with the game, which I think people will respect, so they follow along with it, but it's also not something that you're gonna watch every single day, you know? It's definitely a niche, and it's harder to grow. But the thing is with niche is that if people come around to it, and then, you know, like, just the magical social forces decide that what you're doing is cool, then it pays off big time. Just sticking to your guns and mastering what you're doing. Yeah, because, like, everything that was good at one point was at some point niche. And they had to kind of hone their craft to get recognition. And then once it gets recognition, it can only get worse from there usually, but yeah, you never know. Some people, like, they still try, but it's hard to peak constantly. Like, there are some people who still try to improve and innovate, but they just can't after a certain point. Just gotta, you know, keep trying new things, I guess. Or, you know, not like abandoning stuff, but try new things to make what you're doing more interesting.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Hey! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, like, all the big streamers except for, like, maybe, like, Moist Critical and, like, Jerma probably have, like, the same chat with the same memes and circular conversations and shit. There are some people who stand out, definitely, but yeah. The Twitch hive mind is definitely a real thing.
Downtown.
#1 in the Bikini Bottom Scavenger
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Years running. Thank you.
Thank you, Linux. Yo, Graphic, thanks for the raid, man. How's it going? I was saying earlier I'm probably gonna play Spyro for like a couple of days because I need to record stuff for the next video and I got nothing to work on. So you might bust that out. Yo, Azul, what's up? Damn, that's good RNG, man. Where'd you get that from? Yeah, I'll have an extra 4 seconds with my Tiki's Go Boom to go. Yeah, I know you were asking about that a while back, so... Figured I'd let you know. Next couple of nights I'll probably be playing Ripto's Rage. Think it's been enough time since we played the first one. I just don't want to rush them. I don't want to just jam them all in at once and get burned out. No fry. Still has problems. Still has problems that we need to iron out and test offline. We got lucky that last one worked.
The Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
Hey, you know what's cool? I think I've reset here like 10 times tonight. Haven't gotten past it once. Yeah, no, I will. At some point we'll play that. It is cool, right?
Yeah.
Making our way through the sub goals. Thank you, Fodicott, for the 18.
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time.
People are still memeing Among Us. I mean, it's still a notification on my stream. Yeah, you can only play these games for the first time once. I wanted to wait a little bit for Ripto's Rage because people say that's the best one. I didn't want to like go right into it.
Hey.
Yeah, it's soft modded.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. I got word back from Nick today, and he said that he's like not even close to being done. Like he still has a lot more left to do. So you're fine. Like pretty decent pacing so far. What am I doing splitting there?
They'll
Go.
Yeah, one was fun. It was like a charming game. It was fun.
Hey.
I'd say still focus on that one because I want to get it out like as soon as that's done. The part 3 is probably not going to be done until like next week, and I have a feeling that one's not going to take that many revisions because like this is like the 3rd time we've done this, and also like it's a pretty iconic frame from the show. So I think that it'll be a quick one. I'm so bad at the game, dude. Yeah. Yeah, you have a good night, thank you. Yeah, that's so true, though. Yeah, I still think that part 3 is going to get way more views than the other one, just because people think they're clicking on the history videos, so it's going to get disliked to hell. People are going to be like, I thought this was the history videos part 3. It's like, just read the fucking title, man. But you know, it's just gonna be people who are bad actors and pretending that they were getting clickbaited, and you know, people who are just looking to complain about stuff. Or there'll be some snarky remarks in the comments like, wow, you finally made a part 3. I know there'll be people who are like joking about it, but like there'll be people who are just being rude about it too. I mean, I've heard from some people they're actually enjoying these more than the history videos, so at least people can see the improvement. Yeah, exactly. They just leave some rude shit, delete it so people can't just bicker about it, because if you leave them there, people just like fight about it in the comment section. I don't want that. I like it when people are just like being positive, you know. That's the one thing I've learned over the years is like it's not worth it leaving comments like that, because people just fight over stuff and it overall just makes your channel more toxic. Yeah, you have a good night. Thank you. I mean, those are the kinds of videos I can't not take my time with. To do the stuff that I want to do with them. Like, when I go into making something like that, it's not just getting it done, it's a whole experience. And I need to be really confident that it's going to work out in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of funny how, like, the first and second parts of the history videos kind of, like, mirror Scooby-Doo in this game in a way. Where the first one's, like, you could tell there are, like, good things happening, but it's, like, pretty disorganized. And the second one just feels like it was executed exactly the way it was meant to be. So yeah, we gotta... the next one, we could either just have chosen to make movie next, where it's just a reskin of the second part with no innovation and just making unnecessary changes that just make it worse. Or we can just wait a little bit and try to do something different and better. You know what I mean? Like, if we had gone straight into part 3 immediately after, like, I knew the odds of it being as good as the second one were just, like, next to none. I needed more time. I still need time to, like, think about stuff before going into it. Wow, that's like 5 resets to the first minute in a row. Oh, it did crash. We tried doing it at one point, didn't work.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
What is the point of a movie randomizer anyway? Because, like, the levels are just all linear, so... What are we really randomizing? Just the linearity? Like, you start the game, you end up on sandwich driving? Yes, man! We found sandwich driving! Then you just load into the next level. Yeah, man! Bathtub! Shit game. What's up, Bally? How's it going? You load into sandwich driving and then, like, you just get, like, a bunch of tasks for free, you know?
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Wow.
Remake. Yeah, I streamed Reignited Trilogy, like, last month. Yo, Void, what's up? Yeah, we're doing alright. We're trying to get a run. No, the way the game is randomized, like, you probably just, like, load into the same level, and then you just, like, whatever next task you get would just be the one that you get. So you'd always get the initial challenge for, like, Sunday every single time, and then you just get, like, the next one when you warp back to it. So it'd just be an inherently broken experience, too. Dude, Incrediman was so filler, man. It was like, it was funny though. It was genuinely humorous when you'd like destroy a robot and then like another one would just pop up from the ground. The literal exact same thing just comes out of the ground and you gotta do it again. It's like, bruh. The game is so bad. Yeah, true, like, I didn't even notice that until somebody brought it up. The movie sliding levels, you're like sliding uphill, not downhill. So fucking weird. Like, something about that always felt uncanny, but like... I couldn't put my finger on it, like why it felt weird.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, it was just all buttons and lasers. You just press buttons.
You've just met the Sponginator.
That was a really funny playthrough though. Like, that Incredibles playthrough might have been one of the most entertaining playthroughs. It could have been the funniest playthrough of all time. It was actually really funny. Just the commentary and like the happenstance throughout the whole thing was just good. Just like funny moments. The part with the dude who got fucking like crushed in the wall, and then he got punched right in the face and he still fucking lived. That shit made me laugh, man. Like, I threw him, he was still alive, fucking charged up an punch and wound up and clocked him right in the head and he still got up. Yeah, it was just funny as hell.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Wow. At least we got to do something. Dude, the violet shit was just actually pain. I hated that. I'm like, what the fuck?
What's it?
Cause like, dude, you had like no time. You had like no invisibility. Yeah, all the enemies are just the same shit too. They're all the same enemies. I believe the game has the same 3 enemies that you just see over and over again. There's the guy on the ground with the electrical rod, there's the guy on the ground with the gun, and there are the guys that float in the air with the bombs. Or guns. And you got like the ground guys, or like, yeah. You have like guys on the ground with like 1 of 3 weapons and guys on the ground with 1 of 2 weapons. I guess like later on you have the guys in like the blades, but you only see them in the levels with the turrets. Just such a game, man. It's one of the games ever. Incrediman.
Number
Yes, but I would highly advise, if you plan on submitting runs and you don't have the game disc, just do it on Dolphin. Because Nintendo is banned for leaderboards. So you'd be able to learn the game, you just wouldn't be able to submit until you have a disc. And yes, we'll be able to tell, so... I'm not saying you'd be dishonest about it, but like, there's a very clear difference between the two. Yeah. Yeah, Nintendo like performs way better and like the loads are faster in some spots if you reload especially. So yeah, you definitely want to get your hands on a copy of the game or just like do it on Dolphin on your PC. Because Dolphin does a much better job at emulating GameCube than Nintendo does. But yeah, either you gotta play it on like a disc on your Wii or GameCube, or you gotta do it on Dolphin. Yeah, Nintendo is banned for like every game that is on GameCube, basically. I can't think of a single GameCube game, Speedrun, that allows Nintendo. But a lot of them allow Dolphin, though, as a compromise for like people who are getting into the game. They can learn on Dolphin and eventually switch to console. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah, you wouldn't be able to anyway. You gotta play on Dolphin then. Yeah, come back in like 3 decades. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, for those of you who watched the downtown video today, this is the same shit. They're back-to-back one-frame jumps. The good news is there's no lag to deal with. The bad news is that the movement's a lot harder. So like, sometimes you'll mess up one or the other, sometimes you'll mess up both. Pretty brutal speedrun, man.
I can't hear you.
Yep, it's out.
Well, yeah.
Well, it's not even about like being unfair. It's just not a valid comparison. Like if you're on the GameCube version, it's got to be the GameCube version, you know, hardware and software like included.
They'll
Go.
Hey.
Probably not. Ten more hours?
Jellyfish today, I'm going
No.
fishing for robots.
I'll be streaming for like 4 more hours. Yeah, I mean like some small games might let you use Nintendo, but like that's just more because their rules are not developed enough. Like this game, for example, when I got into this game, I did runs on Nintendo and I was still allowed on the leaderboards, but like back then nobody knew what it looked like, nobody knew why you shouldn't have that shit. Like that was a rule that we installed during my time playing, and then I retroactively removed my Nintendo times later. But yeah, you'll have some games that are small and they don't know the difference and they'll just allow everything. I'm Eastern time. Yeah, so these days I try to stream for like 10, 12 hours a day. If I get up on time, what I'll do is I'll stream for like 8 hours. 8 hours of this, and then we'll do like 2 to 3 hours of like editing after. Or some other shit. I kind of like the formula we got going right now, where occasionally we'll have like a day blocked off to do like other stuff. Like sub-goals. But typically it's just like stream the game for like 8 hours. Do some editing after, and on days when I have nothing to edit, we'll just like play a different game. One more? Yeah, such as Friday.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Starting to get better. I don't know, man. I mean, are things better now than they were like 6 months ago? Yeah.
Thank you. Just met the Sponginator.
Spidey 2? Yeah. Last year I just saw a lot of room for improvement, and there were a lot of strats I needed to master, so like I spent a lot of time playing, understandably, but now I'm trying to like blend in the stuff that's gonna make the game grow. Because I can only get so much out of like, you know, grinding the same strats. Like 14 hours a day for any percent might be overkill for right now. I'm not saying it's off the table for the future, but like, at least right now I feel like it's not helping more. It's all a matter of like sacrifices and what, like obviously I'd be better if I were playing more, because I've proven that I can improve faster when I play more. I don't burn out. Like specifically to my situation, I probably would be playing a little bit better if I were playing more hours, but the thing is, like, don't know that for sure when you consider the fact that, like, making these videos that are getting people on the same page with me when it comes to, like, watching the game is, you know, making me more enthusiastic about playing it and so forth, so yeah, there are other factors than just, like, playing.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
The damage boost off the floating one? Yeah.
Well. Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Yeah, and I'm sure that, like, the people who've been watching the new series can infer that Dream 2, or Dream 1, excuse me, is, like, just as difficult as Downtown 1. So getting a run past that point in the game is, like,
They'll
Go.
very unusual, basically.
Hey.
There's something that I might have to correct, though, in the next part. Because I've been told that, like, the way I explained one of the tricks wasn't exactly accurate. So I'm just checking up on that. And I'll record after I know it's like true or not true or whatnot. What's up, Aquatic? How's it going?
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time. They'll
Go.
Most of the resets would be in Jellyfish in downtown.
Hey.
You wouldn't really start to see like unusual trends until like after Goo Lagoon. Like once you get past Goo Lagoon,
I'm going fishing for robots.
I think it's fair to say the run can die anywhere. But the reset trend for like the first 4 parts of the game that we're covering, it's pretty stable, I'd say. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed. Yeah. This one felt a lot more polished than the first one, definitely. What's up, El? Yeah. I've said this before, but Poseidon is not a very long segment, but it definitely hits way different in a run where you have all this shit going on before it. Like, it's definitely way more interesting because we don't get there as often. Like, seeing a run in Poseidon kind of hits the same as like seeing a run in Industrial Park from like a year ago.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just a lot more respectable because of how much shit's going on and how tight the standards are. So even if Poseidon is just a repetitive level, it's not like it's like pushing people away, you know? It's like interesting that a run made it that far.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, like, the past year, like, our knowledge of the game hasn't really changed that much. But the standard of, like, what's being done in runs has changed a lot.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back. I mean, I'm really glad that we had the first 2 parts out now, because those are definitely the 2 parts of the run that people watch the most when they're in here. And plus, like, if you had that foundation, like, you know what to look for now. Like, you're paying attention to the shiny objects, you're paying attention to, like, the 1-frame jumps. You understand, like, the complexity of the movement is not just, like, walking, you know? Just little things like that. Nice, dude. This fucking stupid shit. Yeah, it's like...
I can't hear you.
I mean, that's like... I guess it's more of like a chicken and the egg thing. The direction that the things get shot from is definitely random. But I think an easy way of explaining it is that like the cannon bobs up and down.
Myself a snack.
Like, I don't know, if, like, for sure if it's literally because it bobs up and down, but what's for certain is that they get shot in random directions. Like, up or down. Yeah, I'm glad that you liked it, man. Yeah. I saved VMS Part 2 for the next video, just so we're not explaining VMS twice in the same video. Like, it'd be a good opportunity
Hey,
to, instead of like just brushing over it, just recap it again in the next part, which already has like not a lot to talk about. I thought it'd be a better way to divide it, just like leaving downtown.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Now we can't predict the cannon shot because it fires at random times too. So like regardless of whether it's about to get shot up or down, you don't know when it's going to fire. So it's just random. Unfortunately, it's like the amount of time between each one is literally dictated by RNG. So it's pretty dumb. Next video is explaining up to Poseidon, like finishing Poseidon, and the one after that is just gonna be all of Goo Lagoon 1. So yeah, the first 5 are gonna get us through the first part of the game, and the next 4 are gonna get us through the rest of the game. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the video, man. Yeah, 9 parts, 10 to 20 minutes. Downtown was pretty long, though, because there was a lot to explain. Like, for the amount of gameplay in that level, there was a lot. It's like 4.5 minutes of gameplay that we talked about. And it was like over 20 minutes.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it
Because we had to explain, like, what the wheels are, too. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not a tutorial, it's entertainment. It's meant to keep people engaged. So, I'm not dividing it based on what I think people will learn the best with. I'm dividing it based on what people's attention spans will likely be able to handle.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
If I were making a tutorial video, it'd just be like 4 hours long. Yeah. Looking good, man. Yeah, it's just,
Downtown.
it's just entertainment.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running.
I have nothing recorded, by the way.
You've just met the Sponginator.
Excuse me. Never played it. Yeah, this is still probably my favorite level of the run though, because there's just so much like weird shit being set up and cool tricks and whatnot. I think the 1 frames added a lot to this, like the 1 frame jumps up to the rooftops. I like that. Made it a lot more interesting. But I don't like doing it. Let's be very clear. I've fucking been here all night.
Like a spring breeze.
It's been 4.5 hours. I've gotten one run past this shit, and it died to Dream, which is the exact same thing. Just the back-to-back one-frame jumps again. So just the whole night has just been this shit. I mean, this is the whole thing again, like, my whole, like, theory with speedrunning is based on compound interest, where the more days you play together, the better you'll be at the end of the period you're talking about. Whereas if you take a break during one of those days, it kind of does not let you compound every day on top of one another. So you end up with a worse result at the end of a 10-day period or whatever it might be you're looking at. That's why I don't take days off. So I'm not saying that like Scooby is impacting how we're playing today, but a week from now, it's hard to say what we could have done, you know? But at the end of the day, like, these sacrifices are necessary to keep the stream around. So, I can't regret too much. Why the hell are you doing? It's practice, man. It's the same thing as the thing that I just lost my run to.
Number 1 on the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Number 1 on the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years
Just
running.
randomly.
Thank you.
I mean, I'd say that at this point it's in the realm of possibility because I've gotten splits like that, but getting it all in the same run is pretty tough.
Are you ready?
What's up, Apples?
I can't hear you.
Well. Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
So I was looking at my analytics and I was a little bit disappointed at the number of people who were watching in the first like several hours. But when I got up from my sleep, I saw they were doing a lot better. And I realized, like, I looked at my other videos and I realized, like, okay, what happened here was people saw the second one was uploaded and they had to watch the first one because a lot of people missed the first one. And then they watched the second one later. So that's why the numbers were a little bit slow in the first, like, couple of hours. Because people were getting it, but they weren't watching it immediately. They went back and watched the other ones. So that's cool. Good to see people are like watching them like a series. Because sometimes you have people just like skipping around, which the videos are made in a way where you can skip around. But yeah, I mean, you'll get the most out of it if you watch them back to back to back. Yeah, the next one's gonna be cool. We're gonna be talking about Dream, hub shenanigans and shit. Yeah, fast nut is still used, yeah. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the point in the history of videos where fast nut was found. So, we're a ways off from that. That's gonna be really fun to make a video surrounding. Like the post GDQ stuff and like fast nut and the needleless route. It's gonna be a great part of the history videos. Part 3 has a lot of crazy shit, and then part 4 is like the fruits of that shit, plus SBA, plus like Rehydrated being announced. It's a really good story. I just don't want to do it the wrong way. SHiFT, you ever get tired of this game? No. stream. Yeah, now we have a situation where there are 2 part 3s that are being anticipated, so I'm saying that part 3 of this new series that comes out is gonna get a lot more views than the first 2. Just because people think it's the different part 3 that they were not, you know, given when they demanded it, so they're gonna be going on there and disliking it and saying like I got clickbaited or some bullshit, you know.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Part 2.5 and then it just goes part 4 just so there's no part 3 in this series. People don't understand though that like the history videos are not going to be released like, oh, where's part 3? Like it's part 3 and part 4 at the same time. Like part 3, you won't even be hearing about that until like months after it's already done. It's like part 3 is just going to be like under a nuclear bunker. And then part 4, when it starts to get to the point where it's almost done, I'll start talking about both of them and then we'll watch both on stream. That's how it's going to go. Because I already know that I just get harassed to no end. If I finish part 3, talk about how it's finished, and then just sit on it for months, because people just they don't know what's good for them basically. You don't want to see part 3 and then have to wait for part 4. It just doesn't work like that. It's part of the same story. It's just that if I did it both as one video, it'd be like a 3-hour video, and I don't want that. Like 1 and 2 can be watched on their own, but 3 and 4 have to be watched together. And yeah, people who are like the snarky people like comparing it to the history videos, saying like it's never gonna get done. Like, dude, this is like a fucking 6-track project. Not even, it's like a 5-track project. It's like a 4 to 5 track, 15 to 20 minute video series versus like a whole fucking like 20 track, hour-and-a-half production. Other people are involved, there's like music being made, there's like stuff being recorded, like it's not even entirely up to me. You know what I mean? Like I'm not the only person involved.
Well, yeah.
Nah, because maybe people will click on it and actually enjoy it. I'm not gonna make a post, like it should be very obvious that it's not the same thing. It doesn't say history anywhere in the title, so anybody who clicks on it and gets mad that it's not what they thought it was going to be clearly does not have a brain. And we need more room in this community of people who actually do have brains, so I'm cool with that.
Hey.
He's been alright. He comes in here every now and then. He moved to Korea, so that's gonna be a whole, like, thing we're gonna have to deal with. I still want to have him on as the narrator for the next ones, but I'm not close to the idea of getting somebody else to do it. I'd still much prefer to have him on, though, if things work out. Like, I don't know when he's coming back to the States, but if he comes back next year, I might just wait. I discovered a new strat yesterday that saves 20 seconds. If you turn out the console within 3 frames of loading a zone, it will skip any further gameplay. Wow, man, that makes a lot of sense. Skipping gameplay in a non-linear open game. I believe it.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Yeah, Cole's time is like a 109-ish. It's pretty doable thing for most new players, I'd say. A sub 110 is still an above average time for most people, all things considered. Most people won't get there. When do you think sub 40 will happen? I have no idea. Like, if things keep progressing at the rate they are, it could be like 5 years. But that's typically not how things go with the game. I think it could take like 5 years, or like, if something big happens, we're just gonna skip all the way past 40, 30 or whatever. But as far as collecting 77 spatulas, it could probably take like 5 years. I have no idea. Things are gonna slow down a lot though.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now, Cole's last run was in 2016. He did a stream of like all of his original games that he ran before he stopped streaming. And this was one of the games he ran, so he did that game. His last serious run of Battle for Bikini Bottom was like... I mean, that's debatable. You could argue that it was his 112 or whatever it was, his 112. You could argue that it was his 109, but... I don't know, like, in general, like, the game was really small. And nobody was really, like grinding, you know? Just really cool stuff, man.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Yeah, unfortunately what happens in communities as time goes on, and like remember that like some people in the history videos were also just like children when they were doing that stuff. Like we're talking about people who were like 12, 13, 14 years old when they were discovering the things they discovered in the game. People grow up to be all different kinds of people. And most of us who, you know, were involved with the game in its early phases are in our mid-20s. Early 20s or late 20s now. And you can't really determine what kind of a person someone's gonna grow into based on what tricks they found in a game when they were a kid. So that's all I have to say about that, I guess. Burger King. You know, I was never like a huge fan of like anything there except like the buns were good and the burgers were like a kind of like a nice like size, I guess. I don't know, when I was a kid, I think that I just liked having more bread than burger.
Money.
And these days I don't even have the buns, I just have the burger just straight on a plate, you know. I cut it up. I don't even do the bread anymore. Thanks, Celestial. Randomizer when CXBX XMU, I always get them confused. When XMU is good enough to do it, because I don't want to do it on Dolphin. I kind of want to wait until it's... I have to play on the fucking GameCube version, you know what I mean? Would be nice. Hey Lavender, what's up? At the rate things are going, I would maybe consider, you know, maybe doing it on Dolphin, even though I really don't want to. I'd rather not, but you know. They are counted officially, but you're not allowed to submit them past a certain time. It's emulation, and that's a whole big thing where emulation is exactly what it means. It's not the real game. You don't consider that official? Well, I don't consider it official either, but it's a compromise that people make to let people get into the game. Anybody who really cares about the game will just get an Xbox anyway. And when you're playing Dolphin, you're not even playing the Xbox version, so you're just completely, like, you're in an entire different universe. But it's fine for people who are, like, trying the game. So if you're new and you just want to give it a shot, you don't have to commit to it, you know? And if you decide you don't like it, then that's fine, but... generally speaking, I don't think any normal human being should have an issue with spending a little bit of money on a hobby they're gonna spend thousands of hours playing, you know?
Downtown.
There is no Dolphin world record, man. Like, I don't think you understand what the word emulation means, but you're not actually playing the game when you're playing Dolphin, you're emulating it. Like, speedrunning is a marriage between the hardware and the software. It's not like a fan-made thing. Like, Dolphin, in terms of speedrunning, is a fan-made option. It's not the real thing.
I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Also, I'm pretty sure the fastest GameCube time on the leaderboards is on Dolphin. You just filter out to only show GameCube runs to see that for yourself as well. But Dolphin is still like, it's weird. It's hard to really compare it to GameCube, which is why we have the cutoff time. The cutoff time is pretty useless for this game though, because like, when you're at the point where you're getting like a 55-minute time on Dolphin, you're probably just gonna have an Xbox anyway. Like, you're kind of just trying to flex if you're just going that far without getting an Xbox, and you're not even really flexing anything, because like, people can just do basic addition and subtraction. You're kind of just avoiding being compared to people at that point.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow.
What I usually tell people is like, when you get to the point where you can't PB by more than the amount of time that you can save switching to Xbox, that's when you should look into it. Because most of the time when you're new, you're PBing by like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe even 20 minutes, sometimes 30 minutes, but when you get to the point where you're starting to PB by like a minute or two, you know, the next best strat you can do is get an Xbox at that point. So that's when you should look into it. I mean, better is subjective. Like, are you talking about like optimizing the performance of the consoles? Like, let's put it this way. Like, when someone says better emulation, in my opinion, there's only one way to look at it. It's how well it emulates the game being played on the console. That's why people respect Dolphin, because it tries its best to, you know, allocate the amount of RAM and resources that an actual GameCube would. But then you have stuff like PCSX2 that just kind of like tries to run the game better than it would run on a PS2, which is not good emulation. It's just like trying to improve what's already there, which is like fine for casual play, but like with speedrunning, it's not really acceptable. Even with Dolphin, you still got some weird things like how the game doesn't lag when you cruise boost or look in certain directions. And for a game with frame perfect timings everywhere, you can only imagine why that's not acceptable. A lot of games have it worse than us though. Like games that actually do have like extremely laggy areas when you look in the direction, like like Mario 64. That's the reason why VC and emulator are kind of considered silly in that game, because like the original game's gameplay does involve lots of lag in some of those areas. Like when you watch a Mario 64 speedrunner, a skilled one, a lot of the time you wouldn't even be able to tell the game lags. It's really impressive how they navigate around that shit. It's definitely a lot harder than it looks. There's more than meets the eye to that game.
You just met the Sponginator.
Thanks for the bits, man.
Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Yeah, but you can just tell by like just by the fact that you're watching the game run that smoothly. It looks surreal, like the way they play the game. If you've ever played Mario 64 before, you know the game shouldn't be like that.
I feel like a new sponge.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Yeah. Especially with platformers, I would not want to play them on a frame rate that was not
I make
originally,
myself a snack.
you know what I mean. Playing this game on like 120 would just be so weird. Why can't you use spin stalling? You can, but it's slow. Spinning loses frames. Every spin you do loses like 2 frames or something. So you don't want to do it where it's unnecessary.
Hey.
Yeah, but it's not being played like the way it's supposed to be played though. Like for a platformer where all the physics are supposed to work a certain way, you're pretty much guaranteed to run into weird shit if you're playing like a game like this on a higher frame rate. Like things are gonna work differently. For some games it's probably fine, but yeah, for a game like this I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, it loses like 1 or 2 frames. What that means is like you spin and it slows you down a tiny bit. Like every spin that you use is a concession. You're conceding like, okay, I'm gonna lose a little bit of speed to be able to cross this gap, which is gonna save more time overall. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed, man. I mean, I see why people would want to do it, but at the end of the day, like, it's the same thing with, like, pixelation. When you upscale these games with AI, or when you play it, like emulated at 4K, they really don't look much better. A lot of the time, they look worse. I don't think the pixelated look is bad when the game was designed to be played that way. Because a lot of these textures were made with, you know, in mind that it's only going to be seen on a screen that has, you know, 480 by whatever.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Like, I'm sure this game would run fine if you did a mod. Don't get me wrong, but it just wouldn't feel the same. It wouldn't feel like the physics would be a little bit different. different enough to be an inauthentic experience, I guess.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear.
It's a design choice at the end of the day. Like when a company decides to cap their game at a certain frame rate, I try to respect it. There are some situations where I won't care that much though. Like for example, like I'm pretty enthusiastic about this game, so I wouldn't want to play this game in like 120, you know what I mean? But like Spyro Reignited Trilogy, for example, the game is uncapped on PC and it breaks, but on console it's 30. So I'll just compromise by doing like 90. You know what I mean? Like there are some situations where it's like it's unclear. So I'll just like choose my own. But in a situation where like this, where like every release of the game is 60 FPS, I'd probably just try to cap it at 60. Or like for Harry Potter, for example, like the PC games, I'd probably just cap that at 60 as well, because like I feel like anything above 60 for something that was made in 2001 is like pretty arbitrary. I'd play it, but it's not getting a remaster. I understand that like in our little world of SpongeBob games, it feels like that game is like a classic to some people. I don't know how, but some people maybe do feel that way. It's not. It's really, truly not. This game wasn't even cemented as a classic until years later anyway. So yeah.
Scavenger hunt 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, what's up? In the minute you came across the stream. Nice. Yeah, we talk a lot about video games. How's it going?
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Yeah, because it came out with the movie. It was a product. This game is art, the movie game is a product. That's the difference.
I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
There was not much of a difference between the movie game and the 7-Eleven branded cup that you got for buying a slushie when the SpongeBob movie was out. They're both the same shit. Except the slushie was actually fucking enjoyable.
They'll
Go.
Hey.
You ever dog? There's a tie-in Wii game for the first Thor movie. Alright, we're gonna have to give that a try someday. I can only imagine. I'm sure it's, good. Dude, the 7-Eleven cups were kind of goated though. Yeah, I mean, I have my own opinions. A 56% is basically just like a 0. I'm sure it's good. I think that, like, like when you're talking about like games being rated by companies, you gotta think of it more like a report card, like an American grading system, where if you're below a C, if you're below a 70, you're basically failing. So if your game is like rated a 6 on Metacritic, it's probably really fucking bad. Like if it's a 7 out of 10 on GameSpot, it's probably a really bad game. According to them, at least.
I can't hear you.
Have you sunk this amount of time in any other game? No. Not even close.
Yep. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Yeah, I have a GameCube, a Wii. I have a Switch, an Xbox One. I have an N64 that I never use. Have never used either.
Hey.
Yeah, it's a SCART cable, so I have to like actually rework my whole setup to be able to use that. It's kind of a fucking pain in the ass. I enjoyed Night of 100 Frights in a way where like it was cool seeing the things that they kind of like already had going for themselves and improved on to get to this game. But the game in a vacuum is kind of mid. I give it like a 5.5 out of 10. Which on my grading scale is above average, by the way, so I'm not saying it's bad. It wasn't bad, but it also wasn't good. It's like, you know, you kind of just play shit. Not on my grading scale. I'm giving things as low as like 2s on my scale. So yeah, give that game a 5.5. Incredibles, I'd probably give it like a 4 or 4.5, I don't know. 5 is average on my scale, which is how it should be. Because what's the point of having anything below 5 if like... If something is failing, and it's like a 70, like what's the point of having like a 60, 50, 40, 50, like what's the point of all those numbers if you're not going to use them? So yeah, people say that like, oh yeah, people hear me saying like, you know, like, Incredibles is like a 4, and they're like, I liked that game when I was a kid. Okay, I'm sure that you did, because like it's a likable game, but it's definitely not a good game. For reference, like Revenge of the Flying Dutchman is like a 2 for me.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
When we get into like the 1 territory, that's where like we'd rather be doing homework in some situations than actually playing the game. And occasionally, on a rare occasion, you will play a game that is so bad that you would rather not be alive than be playing it. And that is a 0. You're not even sure if you're playing a game. And that is Charlie and the Chocolate Factory for Nintendo Xbox 2. The best game I've ever played in my life. Just to put things into perspective, Incredibles was like pressing a button the entire time. You had like the fights that lasted for like 20 minutes of doing the same shit, and that game is a 4. So just to consider like what it would take to put a game at like a 0. To consider what it takes to put a game at a 0. Let's just discuss Charlie and the Chocolate Factory for a little bit, because I'm entertained now. When you look up a soundtrack for a game and you find pieces of that soundtrack last for 6 seconds and play on a loop, after every 6 seconds the soundtrack loops back to the first 6 seconds. When you find that the Oompa Loompas do not actually function and do what they're supposed to do, which are essential for actually completing tasks in the game, you literally can't beat the game without the Oompa Loompas doing what they're supposed to do, and they're dysfunctional. 0. 0. That's like game snapping level. Like, I won't snap a game unless it's a 1 out of 10 or a 0 out of 10. I've never played a more boring, dysfunctional, it's just awesome. It's just fucking awesome.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
Yo, I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, and like Charlie just saying the same shit over and over again, like constantly ordering them to do shit. Physics required content. Gameplay involving physics that were dysfunctional. Confusing gameplay. Not knowing what to do, getting lost all the time. It's the one game I played on stream people begged me to stop playing. It actually got to the point, and we've played a lot of bad games on this stream. Don't get me wrong. We played a lot of bad games, but that is the only game that, in the history of playing bad games on this stream, have people collectively begged to stop playing it. That's the only one. That's how you know it's not even a game. It was just fucking pain. It was the longest 4 hours of my entire life. Like, that stream lasted for 4 hours. It felt like it lasted for 12. It was just unreal. I experienced fucking physical dissociation playing that game. Creature from the Krusty Krab, like, the start of that game was pretty pain, though. Like, I was pretty fucking good about, like, being awake and alert the whole time. But something about that, the beginning of that game just triggered melatonin during the Sponge-a-thon. Like, when you're staying up that long, you're trying to avoid shit like that, like the melatonin trigger to start sleeping. Creature from the Krusty Krab, literally melatonin content. Like the first like half of the game is pure melatonin. Like straight up, I don't want to be awake content. The swim mechanics. Wait, Charlie had swim mechanics? I thought it was floating, right? I mean, basically the same shit. You guys know there's nothing that I hate more than floating mechanics in a platformer, because it completely undermines the point of the whole fucking game. Yeah, Charlie, la 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 la. Extended loop, 6 hours. Yeah, it was the gum that, like, whatever the fuck, it makes you like float. The soda. Sup, Steel? Yeah, I mean, there was also just like the burping involved with that too. I don't like games that are just uncanny. And that game was uncanny, boring, dysfunctional. Yeah, you name it. I popped off. Like, I actually popped off when we finished the game. I popped the fuck off. Because it was just it was a fucking magical experience, man. What's up, nerd? How's it going? Oh my god. Unbelievable, bro. Nice, speedrunning is cool. The top tier plays. There aren't a lot of good licensed movie and TV show games. Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius was, it managed to cross into that like sub 2 threshold, like 1.5 or 1 out of 10. Yeah, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is not a game, it's a fucking program. Actual math homework gameplay. Yeah, that's why you gotta look for the games that like didn't need to exist but like do. It's a frame perfect jump. Save is 6 to 7. That's the thing too, is like a lot of people don't notice that until they start playing the game. That like it's different than the usual oil skip. Not much.
Yeah.
Not much.
Make myself a snack, but there's no time. They'll go.
This game just mastered vibes, man.
Hey.
This game is just a really fucking good vibe. Everything just hits just right with like the music, the colors, the animations, the sound effects, everything's just like... It just feels really good to play. It's 1 in a million.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Feels just as good as like the Spyro remix with like the nice colors and the music, and it's just a good vibe. Just a nice game. Fucking 2003. Sup, Loots? No. Just this one. It's the only one I need, really.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yo, thanks, Art. Yeah, I was kind of worried the second one was too long, but people seem to have enjoyed it.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
You just met the Sponginator.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
What's...
Yeah, I've heard from more than one place that the handheld version of Truth or Square is actually good. How'd that happen?
Number 1 in the...
Yo, Emperor Zizzle. Thank you for the Twitch Prime, man. Welcome. Yeah, maybe it's just you, Larry. You're just a good luck charm. I was fucking suffering earlier.
Here's another one.
really weird scenario. Holy balls.
With sleep too.
Shouldn't have gone for that. Okay. Nice. Finally. Only took like 5 hours. I mean, I know that like a good maybe half of that was just practicing late game, but it's all connected. The warm-up is required to start the runs as far as I'm concerned.
Sponge soul, that's Sponge, you're fuck.
Yeah, exactly, because like you don't really know how much you're losing when you have a run that's really good and you don't play as well as you could have. You could be losing weeks. Could take weeks to get you another one. You just don't know. So you have to take it seriously, you know?
Looks like the robots left itself vulnerable. Great barrier reef.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Now the robot's taking a beating out there. The robot better change tactics and fast.
I feel the same way. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting close though.
Stunning! The old clothesline move. The robot's losing its head. What a shocking takedown!
I would
by
feel
Max.
neither happy nor sad. I mean, regardless, I feel happy that people are playing the game. But somebody else beating my time doesn't really change what I'm doing, you know? It's more of an individual thing. Also, I don't think you'd see something like that in this game. Just somebody like coming out of nowhere and getting a 42. It takes years to even get like to the point where you can be like good enough to get like a top 5 spot. Like I don't think anybody who's currently in the top 5. They're all people who have either contributed a lot to the game. Like their hours balance out the number of years they played, or they've just been playing for fucking forever, like 4 or 5 years. Yeah, it's not that kind of a game. Also, this game is not only just like extremely technical and movement based, but it's also like very knowledge based too. There are a lot of small things you pick up on as you play that you can't cut corners for that. You have to play. You can't just like be good instantly. Paired with the fact that this is a very different game compared to what most people expect when they play it. Like just playing like Mario isn't gonna make you good at this. It's a very different kind of run. Yeah, a good portion of people who are in like the top 20 or so have been playing for a very long time. A lot of them don't stream though, so you don't really know who they are. What's up, Lewis? Thank you for the 12 months. I think you just resubbed. I think that's just Twitch being funny, but... How's it going, man? I always feel foolish whenever I thank somebody twice, like I forgot or something, but it's really hard to keep track of all the people who sub and get to know everybody. I think that newer players tend to look at speedrunning as more of a competitive, like, player-to-player thing, but the more you play, the more you realize that's just not how it is. It's probably also like a thing where the people who are the most experienced look inward for their motivation and not outward. Because they're still around, they must find some way to keep it entertaining. So they have a different attitude, more positive attitude in my opinion, than people who are constantly comparing to other people. The people who tend to compare to others tend to burn out very easily. It takes years, man. No need to rush. I genuinely feel you will get more out of like trying to involve yourself with more aspects of the community and getting more involved with shit than just like only playing the game. Because nobody gives a fuck how good you are at the game. Nobody cares. Like my status in the community is mostly determined by the amount of effort I put into it and the contributions I've made to it over the years and how I help people play. Not because of the way I play it, or the speedrun times that I have. People tend to get confused about stuff like that, but trust me, there are people in this community that are, like... Just think about the people that you know, the people you like being around, and like... Just think about if there's a correlation to what their times are. There isn't one. Well, this is over. Guess we'll just not even give that a chance to fall out because I don't fucking want to look at it when it does. Didn't get lucky, oh well. Nope. Typically this will happen, and then next time we do it, there'll be a better chance. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, like, it's definitely true that some sides of the community care more about that stuff than others. Like putting on a good presentation for the game and encouraging people to play. It's definitely not everywhere, but at least like this side of the community, like my stream and things surrounding it, it's always felt like we did a pretty good job of like keeping people involved who aren't necessarily playing the game and letting people get into it at their own pace if they want to or not. Because as far as I'm concerned, if you're watching the game and enjoying it, you're just as much a part of the community as anybody else. Because if you're gonna like look at it the opposite way, where like people want to use their leaderboard placement to put themselves above you, they wouldn't have their placement above all those people if it weren't for the people who were just playing, and they were all people who were watching at one point. So it doesn't really make sense to think that way, you know. They wouldn't have the ego they have if it weren't for the people they're beating. Yeah, I just think that it's just silly thing to compare like that in a hobby like this. It's not a good way of thinking. What's up, Daisy? I'm not gonna like the lineup is precise, but I'm not gonna like dwell on it. It's not a tutorial. It's just, you know, I'll go into like the precision of it, but I'm not gonna like, you know what I mean. It's entertainment. At the end of the day, like, I will emphasize that a lot of runs die here, and how inconsistent it is, and how a lot of it's like dependent on like whether the game lets you move your camera even. Because a lot of the time when you're trying to adjust things this small, the game just doesn't even register the input. Which is a very big problem with this trick. It's a lot of like flicking the stick to get it in the right spot. Really just goes to show how much of a miracle it is. Like, for example, what just happened there was just pure luck that I just walked up to the spot that I was going for. Just like that. But even then, like, I still didn't even walk up to the right, like, height that I wanted, so I had to walk all the way back down and do it again. And every time I do it, he turns ever so slightly because the game is 3D, not 2D. So every time I mess it up, there's more of a chance it's not going to work the next time I do it. Plus, I'm also losing time. And as we know, if we're doing back-to-back one-frame jumps to save 5 to 6 seconds, losing 5 to 6 seconds, having to walk all the way up and down the ramp again is really, really bad for this run. And you'll see that on the scorecard, like, a run that took too long to set up SBA, you can tell. You can just look at it and know what happened, you know? I don't. What's up, Brandy? Glad you enjoyed it. I want to check on that, actually. As I'm practicing. Then we'll try again. We'll see if we get a run. Yeah, I just don't find like success and failure rates to be useful statistics because I'm not learning anything from it. If it's not perfect, I'm gonna try to get better at it. So I'm like judging like multiple days across a week period. Like obviously I'm better at the game the next week than I am before. And if I'm not, then I can just adjust and figure out what I'm doing the wrong way. I can sense that without having to like look at numbers. Like sometimes I'll look at numbers and I'll realize things I didn't realize before, but like I don't know, I feel like it's much more straightforward to me. Like I have a much tighter grip on the game than say like the average beginner would, so I think that when you're new, maybe looking at like your segment times and just like noticing where you're messing up is like smart. 5.3k for a day one, I think that's not bad. I have to like see how that compares to my other videos though. For a part 2, that's definitely good though. Like having to watch the first part to watch the second one. You know, I understand. Just like to give you a good answer. It can be a useful statistic, but I think that improvement at this point is much more subjective. It's hard to explain. Like most of the time I'm thinking about what I ate the previous day more than like what numbers I was looking at the day before, the past week. Which is pretty underrated. Yeah, I did see that. I did see that my analytics for the first one got way better when the second one went up today. Which tells me that the first like couple of hours, it was a little bit behind the other videos that I uploaded recently. However, the reason for that is people went back and watched the first one first, so the first several hours like were not as good as you'd expect them to be. Like you can't really compare it. I think that a better way of looking at it would be like, how does the third part do? If the third part does better than this one, that's a good sign. I'm pretty sure we were at 1,000 likes after the first 24 hours, the first one, so we'll see where we are. I was surprised that Dark Souls video did so well. I think now that I'm being more careful about what I upload, people are getting into the habit of watching all of my videos, not just picking and choosing. And that's the reason why I like the VOD channel now, because like even though like yeah, I'll get like viewers over time with the other, you know, the long VODs, like sure, I'd prefer like getting people into the habit of watching everything on that channel. Like the VOD channel is a better place for full playthroughs because, you know, you're watching some of those anyway, you know. You're never gonna watch every VOD. They're just there if you want to go back. No, it's something that I'm doing. I gotta figure out how to do it again. I mean, again, like, the reason why it popped off in the first place is because I figured something out that made it pop off. Nobody else is doing that except for me on there. So it's all in my control whether it happens again. Like, I'm not, like, riding a trend, I'm creating it. So I just have to, you know, figure something out. Oh, yeah, the VOD channel for background noise. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, 22-minute explanation for 4 minutes of gameplay. Yeah, we're almost at 12,000. Yeah, it's giving a second win to the first part. But let's see where it ranks compared to other videos. 4th still. For this amount of time. I mean, I like the mobile app for this actually. I like getting my analytics from my mobile app. Ranking by views is 4th for this period. First 11 hours. Oh, this is outdated. Gaining subscribers, good sign. First 17 hours, 5.3k. It's between the previous 2 highlight reels. It's between those two. In the first 17 hours, the most viewed video of this period was the 4334, understandably. Next up was the first part, next was Dark Souls, and then this is the 4th. And after that, it's the Flying Dutchman shit with the "this was a huge mistake." But generally, all these videos are doing better than the previous ones. So that's good. Views are up. This is the best video of recent, I think. 5.3k. I think what's happening is it's starting to do better now. Like, since I went live, people are watching it more, probably. They know that it's there. Dark Souls video is still doing alright. Let's see, TikTok. Okay. I mean, it's not terrible. Like, my duds were doing like 200 before, now they're doing like 700. That's like actually not bad. Yeah, gotta figure something out with the TikTok though. It's been like 4 days since the last viral. But I think the SBA one's still doing okay though. Like, I think it stopped for a couple of days and now it's starting to pick up again. And there's no saying the other ones won't just pick up at some point too. But yeah, something got figured out though. Like, we're still gaining a lot of followers, we're still seeing other ones do better. I just gotta like wake up at the right time. It's also been 4 days since I posted something at the usual time that I'd post it, so yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, like, the thing about Peanut was like pretty clear, is that he felt that the community was growing too quickly, and that we were kind of just allowing people in who were suspicious, you know? Just like degenerate behavior being allowed because we just wanted the game to grow quickly. And honestly, he was right. That we allowed like a lot of people to come in and essentially just like function as trolls in a community. And those trolls ended up running the game, and that's how the community kind of got really bad to be around for a while in during that era. So yeah, Peanut had a good point, but at the same time, like, the game wouldn't have grown to the point where it ended up if we had been gatekeeping everybody. Like, if we'd been that picky about people in the community early on, I don't think that we would have gotten to this point. Or we don't know if we would have either. It's tough to say. But at the end of the day, like, we figured things out. We have much better guidelines on behavior, much better examples, people leading by example. Because I sure as hell wasn't leading by example back then. We were all kind of just being toxic. But yeah, he had a good point. Just that the way that he came across was just like, you know, arrogant, that's all. And we've talked about this before, like, we're both on the same page now, so it's like, there's no bad blood. We both acknowledge that we could have both been more mature. That's just what happens when teenagers are trying to run a community. And, yeah. Sometimes it doesn't go perfectly. What's up, Beagle? Yes, I made that mistake a few nights ago at 2 a.m. while talking about you. What? Anyway. Yeah, it's going alright. Oh, well, I forgot. I don't know. You tend to remember that people are typing things and people make typos. You don't, like when I stream, I don't really focus on the accuracy of what people say, man. Yeah, I'm happy to hear people are still watching the history videos, but it makes me happier that people are saying, I mean, like, I will say that I think that in terms of like the percentage of people who are watching these videos, like if these videos are getting like 1/10 of what the first history video got, there's a lot more praise for the first couple of parts of this new series than I got for the other ones. So that tells me that if these videos get a lot of attention someday, they're gonna be enjoyed. Another thing too is like these explained videos are pretty safe. They're not opinioned. They're not based on history, because history is honestly opinion at the end of the day. That's fucking bullshit.
Are you ready, kids?
So yeah, I think they're gonna be generally more agreeable. As long as things are explained well, they'll do well. Pretty safe to get back into making videos or something like that.
Yep. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Yeah, that's an important thing to remember, that the first part of the history videos is from the point of view of somebody who wasn't there. And the second part is the point of view of the person who spearheaded the entire movement, so they're going to be very different. Like, I'm sure that it wasn't like this whole big thing with like world record competition in the first part, but I presented it that way because I felt that the audience, like the typical audience that watches like world record history videos, would be more familiar and comfortable with something like that, as opposed to how we really do things around here, which is much more reflected in part 2. So, you know, cast a wide net and then reels people in, and now the third part, people who are here are here. If you got through the second part, it's safe to say that you enjoy what we got to offer. And we're just gonna do whatever the fuck we want with the third part. And by we, I mean I, because at the end of the day, it's my video, but I do enjoy working with other people and taking their ideas that they have to offer and implementing them. But yeah, at the end of the day, I'm the one in the director's seat, you know. The World Games. Yeah, I live under a rock, but I hope you had a nice evening. Sounds like fun. That's a fair point. But I don't know. It's all subjective. Like, there are games that die off. Like, I guess like it's the most optimized game with the least amount of record competition for how active it is. That's a fair. But that's like splitting hairs on hairs at that point. Like, who cares? It's a good game. A lot of effort's been put into it. A lot of effort is continually put into it. It'd only be a problem if like the record holder just like does that and then stops playing. But I try to be responsible with it. Like, I try to improve shit, keep the game from stagnating. Not only because I want to, but you know, I'm also responsible for it as well. It's not always just one thing. I see, I see.
Now I can and wear 4 pairs of underwear.
Yeah, I don't think I could have handled this a year ago. I had to get a lot better at the game, but at the same time, like, me getting better at the game is what caused me to be able to handle this. Like, it's not like connecting the dots. It's compound interest. Like I've said before. Just a matter of persisting.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
JB just works a lot. Streams here and there. I respect it. Guy's busy. He's like early 20s. He's still probably trying to figure out what he wants to do, you know?
You've just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is satisfying. Push.
Maybe.
Push.
Actually, no. Yesterday was Sunday, so it wouldn't have come. Maybe today. Yeah, I like that people are enjoying this new series, though.
Kabam!
You'll probably have to wait.
It shines.
I feel like I'm getting shot in the chest every time I mess this up, and it just goes on every day for 7 hours a day.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
You just get really used to a part of you dying nonstop for 8 hours a day for 6 years.
I feel like a new sponge. Ow! Ow! Ow!
Yeah, that's what I was kind of hoping for, is that people would like gain enough respect for the game to want to try it themselves. Because that's a whole other angle that we were kind of missing. Like, people found the game entertaining and they liked the community and they liked me. But they didn't have like the appreciation for the game that is required to come to the conviction that they want to try to follow in those footsteps in their own way, you know? So that was the last piece of the puzzle. It's the Holy Trinity. The tutorial, the history videos, explained videos. You're just missing the third piece for a while. Hello, awesome. Nope. We gotta run to SBA, and then it died. The end. Maybe we'll get something else, who knows.
I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
He's LS Lees on the leaderboard. He changed his name back in January because he lost a bet. So now he's Larry Slide Skip.
They'll
Go.
Hey,
He bet against somebody that I would not get a 43 on GDQ. But then I got it on the same day, so he was a good sport about it, and then he changed his name. Honestly, though, like, those are two very different things. Like, betting that it's going to happen during a marathon run versus after the marathon run.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for
So, yeah, good sport. I wouldn't have fucking done that. I would have scrutinized those fucking rules down to the ink. I also don't think I would have bet that somebody would get a 43 in GDQ, but like the fact that somebody did is really cool though. People were that optimistic about me. Hey, we're doing alright. We're just trying to get runs. I got a run to SBA earlier and it died. But we'll see what happens. We've been getting a little bit further as the time has gone on today. Every day's an adventure. You never know what's going to happen with the runs, when you're going to get one and whatnot. On the same day, yeah. I mean, that was the first time I felt that good about something in this game since like the release of the History Videos Part 2. And feeling that good about a run in this game was since like 3 years prior.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it
Took an
again
entire half of my career to reach that height again. So I really appreciated it. So like now that I'm here, now that we've peaked, I just want to keep going because like I just want to keep feeling that way, you know? Like in a way I kind of like felt like I was not myself for a long time because I was not innovating at the rate that I wanted to, but now I feel like with all the crazy shit that's happened this year, like all the big records and things I've pulled off in runs, like I feel like I'm kind of like back to where I was, like doing what I'm supposed to do. For a couple of years I was definitely focusing on like content more than the game. But now I'm trying to do both and it seems to be going okay, you know?
Downtown.
Yeah, no problem. Glad you're enjoying them, man. Entertainment purposes, you know.
#1 in the Bikini
Don't feel like you gotta
Bottom
do the shit in that video just because I'm like talking about it. Definitely use the tutorial when you're new. Yeah, I mean we're doing better. I mean I figured it out. Like I was depressed for a while because I just felt like I was not being myself. Like the person that I built myself up to be back in like 2016, just like always playing the game, always innovating and improving shit. Just felt like I wasn't doing that for a while. And I wasn't really peaking when it came to streaming and making videos. You know, I just did not feel like I was doing things as well as I could have. But now that I'm like making the best speedruns I've ever made, I'm doing the best streams I've ever done. I'm doing what I feel are the highest quality videos for the scope that I'm going for at the moment. And we'll see how we do on the bigger projects, but yeah, I just feel like we're improving in all aspects, and even though like people aren't noticing it yet, you know, someday they'll notice and they'll come back and they'll watch. It'll happen at some point. Yeah, that Sponge's Thon stream was like really good. That was the best stream ever. A lot of people watched that the whole way through somehow. Just a very solid lineup. Everything was like scheduled pretty much perfectly.
#1 in the Bikini Bottom Scavenger
Yeah, it was really nice.
Here's running. Thank you. I feel
The
like
best
a
part
new
about
start.
this is entering cheats to fucking get your health back to practice it when you're done. And then you just fucking can't do it because the game doesn't accept your inputs.
Are you ready, kids?
I mean, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory was a really bad game, but the stream was like kind of entertaining, I guess. I thought Chicken Little was funnier. Because the game wasn't like entirely miserable.
I make myself
I thought that the
sad.
Mr. Incredible playthrough last night was really funny though. That was just a good time. We just basically made fun of the game for 5 hours straight. The whole thing was just a disaster.
They'll
Go.
Hey.
Yo, glad you enjoyed it. I was a little worried that it was going to be too long. Like, the next one's probably going to be the 15-minute mark that I'm, like, going for, but again, we'll see. Depends on how much I want to talk about. They're very much an open book. I don't really go into it, like, planning things out very much. Just kind of making them for fun. That's how it started. It was just, like, for fun, and then the thumbnail ended up being really good, and the editing process ended up being, like, really good, and I'm like, okay, maybe we can actually turn this into something that's really nice, and yeah, they're going okay. The first couple were pretty good. The second one improved a lot on the first one. I want to try to make things a bit more interesting for the third one. Don't know how I'm going to do that, but, you know, we'll figure it out. Like, even though we're talking about different parts of the run, I don't want to entirely rely on that to make them feel different.
Pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
No, I don't. I mean, this time I actually do have notes for this one coming up, because there were some things I forgot to talk about that I want to talk about in the next one. And I know that I'd forget to mention those things if I don't have, like, a few bullet points for things that I wanted to talk about but forgot to talk about. But no, for the first two I was operating entirely off of, like, nothing. I've explained the run so many times.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again
I watch it and I know what I want to talk about. Because I'm not just, like, repeating shit and running through the game. Like, I've contributed a lot to the progression, you know? So I understand why things are where they are. And a lot of these things over the years I've placed where they are, you know? So I know exactly, like, why these things are being done. It doesn't feel like something I have to script, because I just understand it.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, that's fine as long as we can hear your gameplay. You can also, like, do OBS settings to not capture your desktop, though, you know? I guess if you're on Dolphin, maybe you can't do that, but
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running.
I wouldn't worry about it too much when you're getting, like, 130s, you know? Not insulting you, by the way, but we're typically going to be more picky about audio once you reach the point where, like, it's unacceptable to have bad audio. Like, sub 105, sub 110 will probably be a little bit more picky. At the end of the day, I'm just one of the verifiers, and I feel like I'm, like, middle of the road. Like, I'm usually pretty lenient with new people. But I'm tough on people who have been around for a while and do shit like, for example, you'll have, like, some people occasionally who are, like, didn't feel like highlighting my run when they've been around for years. I'm just like, bruh, fucking highlight your run. Like, I know you can, so do it. Can't stand that. But people tend to get better about that as time goes on when they know that we don't put up with that shit. My last PB was on June 9th. Pretty sizable chunk taken off the run. 6 seconds, I think, right? I've gotten a lot better at the game since then, but I just haven't gotten the run yet, that's all.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
Trust me, guys. Trust me, guys, it's coming as I fucking reset to this for 8 hours straight every fucking day. Yeah, it's 5:37 in the morning for me.
You ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Yeah, because you know which one you're getting next. And one of the things that I haven't talked about yet is how one of the animations lasts for 2 frames longer than the other ones. I had to really pick and choose what I was going to talk about in that video. It could have easily been like 25 minutes, but I just needed to make it as short as possible because it was already getting kind of long. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. Thank you. Yeah, there are 5 animations and one of them is 2 frames longer than the other ones. So you'll see on some things we'll like set it up a little bit differently, knowing that we're gonna get that animation. Yeah, that's a good point. I never thought about that. The last time I played Melee, like, even somewhat semi-competitively, like, taking the game seriously, I didn't look at games that way back then, so, like, that is kind of cool to hear, like, you know, somebody else who actually plays the game, like, thinking about it that way. I mean, it makes sense, but, like, yeah, I don't know, I've viewed Melee as a spectator sport for, like, the past, like, 8 years or some shit. I haven't played it in a long time. I didn't play it for very long when I did play it. It was kind of an awkward, like, middle thing that I did, because I was playing Guitar Hero when I was in high school, and then I played Melee for a little bit in college, and then almost instantly after I got into that game, I started doing this. I was watching it for like a good maybe year and a half before I started actually playing it though. Like going to tournaments and stuff. A year and a half feels like such a long time when I'm talking about my, like, almost childhood, like, teenage years, but it's funny how, like, short that is in the grand scheme. Yeah, I mean, I'm the kind of person when it comes to, like, games where I spend most of my time practicing as opposed to, like, what you would call competing, I guess, like, doing runs. It really depends on, like, what it is. Like, even between my runs, I'll be practicing shit.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
I think that if you're only playing matches, you're not getting better. Like, matches are a good way to judge where you are. That's why we like getting PBs. It helps, like, benchmark the improvement. But yeah, you gotta practice. Because if it's the same thing as money, like, if you're staying the same, if you're not making more money, you're making less money. Same thing with improvement in games. Like, you have to get better or you're just getting worse.
Downtown.
Yeah, the Squidward jumps are like feel-based. You'll see sometimes like I'll like try to jump up and my foot doesn't quite catch it.
3 years running.
I was talking about this yesterday when we were playing Scooby-Doo, like how they had the same physics where his legs touch the ground. And it's like super annoying in that game because Scooby-Doo has 4 legs. It's like his back legs like touch the ground so he stops moving before you can jump, and it's like fucking weird. I don't know how to explain it, but like it's the same physics as this game because Scooby-Doo eventually became this game. But the fact that he has 4 legs instead of 2 just makes it so much worse. It's funny. Yo, Blaze, thank you, man. Glad you enjoyed the video. Yeah, I'll be working on the next one at some point this week. I gotta do a few things, though. I gotta make the trailer for Tuxedo Movie. I gotta play Ripto's Rage. I want to do that this week. Maybe tomorrow we'll do Ripto's Rage. Holy fuck. It's so funny, like I feel the stress in my entire chest, like when I squeeze the controller for that shit. It's like fucking...
What?
It's such an engaging game. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying them, man. I'm getting a lot of positive feedback on the second part. People are really enjoying it. They're fun to work on stream too. It's nice talking to people while I'm working on stuff. People enjoy the process.
Number 1.
Have you guys tested the different drives like WD, Seagate Ace, and so forth? There are a lot of different drives. I have no idea like how that game works, like how it loads stuff in, but yeah, that's the biggest concern is like things not loading in properly. Like even if the game loads, you gotta be careful with that. Dude, I was fucking like Scooby-Doo, the load times on that shit, I swear to God, like that game had the best load times I've ever fucking seen for an on-disc game. That shit was insane. Like it was like instant. Also, Lean, thank you for the Twitch Prime, welcome. Like that game was fucking optimized as shit, man. It's insane. Scooby-Doo fucking loaded everything in like 1 second. It's so crazy. Yeah, man. No, they had something. They had something going on. Like, the fact that this game looks this good and loads this quickly is such a fucking, like, it's a masterpiece, man. It's kind of crazy that they managed to pull that off. Because, like, Scooby is, like, it looks like the average game made for 2002. This game looks way better than the average game from 2003, and it still loads really well. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Thanks, bud, for the gift sub to Zayna. Skipping the wheel? What are you talking about? You're scaring me. If we had 6 wheels at the end of the downtown segment, then we had enough wheels.
With sleep, drink.
Final wheels in the lighthouse. Yeah, it's for collectible counter abuse. It's how we get the free spatulas in kelp forests and rock bottom. This is a fucking dog shit run. Doesn't matter. By the time you said that, the run was already over. If you want to know more about the collecting wheels shit, I'd recommend watching the most bizarre speedrun, oh no, excuse me, wrong video. The Holy Grail of SpongeBob speedrunning. Watch that video if you want to know more about how that trick works. If you don't want to wait, because we're not talking about that until like part 7 or some shit. Like the end of part 7. Which, at the rate things are going, is probably going to be in, like, the fall or something like that. Yeah, it's 11 minutes long. It talks about, like, this cool exploit called collectible counter abuse, and also the implications it can have on future strategies. Or rather, like, what future strategies it can enable to happen.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's very possible that, like, sometimes you walk past something and forget to get it, or you just... you're not paying attention, like, you assume that you got it, but you didn't get it. That happens sometimes when you're used to drawing, like, very specific lines around stuff to barely get them. You'll just walk past it and not notice. Happens all the time in speedruns.
they'll
Go.
Hey.
Yeah, it's the same thing as this, though. Not the same thing, but, like, it's the same vein, where exploiting memory values to get a desired outcome.
We can't jellyfish today.
This is more of, like, a thing that gets, like, switched on and then off again, but it's just switched on, so it just stays on. That's probably a good way of explaining the hand disabled people who don't understand it. It's like a light switch. But with the collectible counter abuse, you get 6 wheels, and then if you warp to another level, and you press the cruise level on the first frame, it stops the timer long enough for the game to register, like, oh, you have 6 objects in this memory slot. So it completes it even though you didn't actually get them. Yeah, and I try to explain that to people all the time. Like, if they tried to add more lines of code to, like, patch shit like cruise boosting and hand disabling, the game would just be worse. Like, it would run worse. Like, I'm sure just all the little stupid things they tried to change with the movie, where, like, you can't use 2 moves on the same frame, probably just added so much clutter to the game that it runs worse. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I was worried that it was getting too long, but I feel like 22 minutes is like the most I would have wanted to go before I started to get a little bit nervous about the length. For a video like that, it shouldn't be more than 20 minutes per part. Because they're fun videos, but I feel like a thing that's not opinioned or like introspective or anything like that, like profound, gets a little bit old after like 15 minutes, you know? Like, I think that's just enough to get the idea. Because at the end of the day, like, people aren't really watching it to learn the run. They're watching it to be entertained. So if I made like a fucking 4-hour video on a 40-minute run, nobody would make it to the end. They just get bored probably. Pacing is everything.
downtown.
Number 1 on the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, whereas like doing that kind of a thing with the history videos, they take a lot of time to build up and introduce you to like the world that we're trying to build and like the narrative and shit. If you were splitting it up every 20 minutes, it'd be a really annoying thing to follow. Like, you'd just constantly be interrupted and it'd be annoying as fuck. The first part probably could have been split up into like 3 parts, but like, I don't know, part 2 needed to at least be 2 40-minute videos, I'd say. Or 2 50-minute, 35-minute videos. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so 45. Yeah, 45 to 45-minute videos. It's an hour and a half. That's really dog shit RNG. Oh my god, that was so like, that was stupid as fuck. If I climbed up on the roof, it could have been salvaged, but it's not a very good thing to do in any percent because of the shiny objects.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow. Number 1 in the
This
Bikini
gets
Bottom
really
scavenger
old
hunt.
after hours of fucking missing it. Sure does, man. Sure does.
Coming at ya. Ouch.
Yeah, up until that point, you've been like hearing the explanation for like 25 minutes total, and yeah,
I feel like a new sponge.
we're like only a little under 8 minutes in at this point. It's been like, what, 40 minutes of talking? That guy on TikTok who was like, it just seems like every other platformer. It's like, yeah. Well, actually, it's just funny when people act like they know what they're talking about when they just clearly don't.
Are you ready, kids? I can hear you.
Well,
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Are you ready, kids? I can hear you.
Nope.
well,
It only gets more complicated.
Yeah.
Like, it really truly only gets more complicated. There are a few spots, like Graveyard, where a lot of it's, like, self-explanatory, but no, it just only gets crazier. Like, maybe in, like, Sandy. I mean, like, the game has been cool to watch for years, even when it was like 20 minutes slower, and we just like made the run 20 minutes faster while still getting the same number of spatulas, so there's just like not a lot of filler in the run. Like, it's gotten to the point where people were quick to call things filler if it's just like not as interesting as the other crazy shit, when you're still skipping entire levels. Like, Graveyard is just movement, but you're also sequence breaking like everything. And there are like little small quirks that you don't get to see, like extending your bounce by holding down the A button, like using the cruise bubble while having a cruise boost active and shit like that. Like little tech like that. Running off the T key to save like a quarter of a second in Shipwreck because you start the animation mid-air during coyote frames. A lot of like little things like that that people don't talk about. I actually don't even know if I got that in the world record because I think I messed up that cruise boost. Wouldn't be surprised. Graveyard in the world record was fucking horrible. Hey Mortis, thanks man. I might have already said hi, but I can't remember. Still recovering, I guess. 34 hours of constantly playing games and talking is no joke, dude. Like 34 hours just like fucking relaxing and like sprawling out is like way different, but that was just like next level shit.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again.
Never done something like that. before. Like, even with, like, the other one that we did, like the 27-hour stream, we were playing Friday for a good portion of that. And you know, that's just, like, not the most engaging content. But, like, trying to entertain people for 34 hours straight was just, like, yeah. That was just... something.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of
Safe to say that was the best stream I've ever done. I thought that every playthrough was fun in its own way. Yeah, exactly. Like, when people say that Poseidon is boring or too long, like, bruh. You seen what other games have? Fucking Mario 64, every time you get a star, you get spit out to the hub world for like fucking 30 seconds every fucking time. Like OT, which is probably like my most respected speedrun that's not this. Like, you still got a lot of fucking cutscenes and shit. Like, if OT runners heard people complaining about Robo Sandy in this game, they just cringe. Because people still put up with a game as great as that, even when there are cutscenes to watch. Like, people really do have it, like, very twisted when they say that there are parts of this game are boring. Because this game is not boring at all. Yeah, the carpet ride is pretty fucking long, true. Yeah, people don't complain about that. Something about this community is just very, very critical about everything. Probably because I am. It just rubs off on everybody that just want to, like, pick at shit, nitpick their own game. I just don't like the negative attitude. Cool, man. That hasn't gotten old yet. Maybe 5 more hours it'll get old.
Are you ready, kids? I can hear you.
Yeah. SM64 is a very straightforward game for evaluating skill in that way, because you can do ILs to get better at stuff a lot, yeah. A lot of the time you can.
myself a snack, but there's no time.
Oh, when did that happen? When did that? I didn't even hear about that. You know, I was kind of like proud of them for holding out on that, but I mean, either way, it's a neutral change to me. I don't mind it, but I always respect the communities that like just play the game, you know. I get it though. They kind of like, it makes sense to try it. It makes sense to at least give it a try. Because the game's not as popular as it used to be, and people have shorter attention spans now. Maybe they'll get more people to try the game. I feel like that's not the kind of game that would really benefit from something like that. I feel like the game has so many cutscenes already that, like, skipping the intro is just not even that much of a difference compared to the rest of the run. Maybe in any percent, but, like, I feel like the kind of person who would get into OOT any percent, like, they're already committed enough to learn how that shit works anyway to even, like, go through the cutscenes. But I mean, whatever they chose to do is like probably what's best for them because they've been around for a while and they know their audience best. Timing starts on control of Link. So they're back to SDA timing. Right. That's how they used to do it. Like, you load the game and the timing wouldn't start until you started moving the character around. I feel like it works for Sunshine. Like, I think it actually makes sense. Because Sunshine is a very straightforward game that people would otherwise be getting into if it weren't for the cutscenes. Like, that was a very big deterrent. Probably the only deterrent keeping people from playing that game. So I feel like it's a good idea for them. As for, like, OT, I feel like it's not as important. It doesn't hurt, but, like, at the end of the day, like, you know, modding this game so the spatula under the platform in Robo Sandy gives you the bubble ball wouldn't be a bad change necessarily, but like, do we need to do that? No. Also, like, it's not a one-to-one comparison because, like, the reason why we get the sandy spatula, despite it being slow, is interesting in and of itself, and it kind of ruins that by making it a fast spatula. It's hard to explain. Like, in a game where the average spatula, the average of spatulas across the whole entire run for 77, I believe, is like 33 point something seconds. So like, why are we getting a 3-minute spatula in a run where the average is 30 seconds? Like, why are we doing that? That in and of itself is fascinating to me. Because we don't have to get it. Like, it's not like it's a linear game. You can beat the game without getting Sandy. You can beat the game without beating Patrick, but we do it anyway because it's fast, and that's cool. Like, the fact that we have to choose to do that to make the game faster is interesting. People just, like, look at the game narrowly when they complain about Sandy. They look at it as if, like, oh, well, we just can't skip it. Well, we can, but we just don't because it's slow to skip it. When you understand why you do it, it makes it a lot more interesting. Because if we didn't do it, then we wouldn't have the tools that we need to make the rest of the game faster. Yeah, it pays off, because when you do Sandy, you get SBA, you get cruise boosting, you get spatulas that you wouldn't normally be able to get if you didn't have the bubble bowl. It's the most important thing in the entire game. Like, the bubble bowl is just like that's when you truly start to be able to do stuff, is once you have that shit. And the cruise bubble with the bubble bowl is obviously just broken.
Another find for Patrick. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
Like, we could very well see a run someday where we just fight neither of those bosses, but it's gonna look a lot different. Like, not using the bubble bowl or cruise bubble in the run, just be an entirely different game.
What?
Yeah, it's a very straightforward up. I was saying this with Scooby. There are too many moves, and you start with like nothing to be able. Like, you can't do shit when you first start that game. It takes way too long to warm up in that game. But like this, you have like 80% of your kit, and then the final 20% is like unlocked in 2 separate spots that are like very deserving for it. It just feels good. Like, it does it in a way where, like, things are not being introduced too late into the game. So the jump from 15 spatulas to 40 spatulas to 75, like, the pacing just feels perfect. It's such a good game, man. It's, like, the most criminally underrated speedrun of all time. And even though the game is still popular, I still feel fine saying that. Because it should be the most popular game. There are just some things holding it back from being the most popular game. Some of those things will probably always be in our way, but you know, maybe 10 years from now, we'll look back and see that statement as being negative, hopefully. Like, you're not just like going to a new area that gives you more places to unlock stars to unlock a new area. Like, there's a whole dynamic of like movement and physics that changes. Every single time you beat one of those bosses, the whole game changes. And then, like, depending on which spatulas you chose to put at the beginning, influences how you do the rest of them. Like, compared to the beginner tutorial to, like, this shit, all the spatulas are, like, in all different spots, but it's all fast, though. Like, yeah, the beginner tutorial does downtown way faster than we do in the world record, but, you know, the sacrifice is doing downtown early, so you can do other stuff faster instead. Like, we do Murmelair way faster in the world record than we do in tutorial route. It's all just a, you know, the perfect number of concessions. Yo, Goblin, what's up? Watching your speedrun video. Really enjoyed it. Can't wait for the next part. Nice. Yeah, we'll be doing that later this week, hopefully. Oh, they do the final boss first. In a 100% run, like a 120. See, like, in Spyro, I get that, because, like, Spyro, when you're doing the maximum percentage in Spyro, the game ends after the final boss, so in their case that makes sense, but in generally, I don't like it when games end on something other than the final boss. Generally speaking. Like, if this game, like, did Robo-Sponge at, like 83 or some shit, and ended on a sock, that'd just be stupid. You know what I mean? Like, it ends on, like, a fucking sock trade to Patrick. It's like, yay, we did it. Like, no. It's gotta end on the final boss. If it makes sense.
With sleep, dream.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a different game, so, like, you don't end on the final boss. Exactly. Yeah, it depends on the game. It really depends. But makes sense for that one. Yeah, no, it makes it more entertaining to watch too. That was the whole point, is just to make the viewers more enthusiastic about the game. Oh, good. I'm enthusiastic about the 30th time I've fucking messed that up. Really enthusiastic. Just fucking seething with enthusiasm. Big smile. Yeah, that's, again, Sunshine, good example. They don't end on Corona, exactly. Or, you know what I mean, their first visit to Corona. They don't do Bowser on their first visit to Corona, they backtrack after they get the blue coins. Ups to them. Yeah, a game that doesn't have to do that shit. Like, there aren't a lot of games like that, like, after the final boss, there's something else that counts for 100%. If that's the case, though, then it's fine. Yeah, exactly. Like, when I played Spyro 1, I did notice that, like, there is more after the game, after you beat the boss. Like, more shit unlocks. That is some pretty bad RNG. That is like some comically bad RNG. It's fucking 2 seconds for no reason. Well, I'm legally obligated to say that, you know, you do have to buy the game, but let's just say that not everybody who has this game, owns it. It's very bad, though. You shouldn't do that. You should not. You wouldn't download a car, you know what I mean? You wouldn't download a car. You wouldn't screenshot an NFT.
Looks like the robots left it.
Yeah, I would.
Great barrier reef. Now the robot's taking a beating out there. The robot better change tactics and fast.
You can argue that people are still profiting off of it because of Rehydrated, yeah. You can definitely argue that. It depends on the game, though.
The robot's losing its head. a shocking takedown by Patrick.
I take my NFTs very seriously. I totally don't just have a fuck ton of money to blow on dumb shit. Fucking... I don't get it.
Oh, nice flying, head.
It is an irony
by
cult.
Patrick.
Half of crypto is an irony cult too. Like, it's kind of weird that Bitcoin is even taken somewhat seriously. It's just fucking hilarious that it even is. People thought this shit was an irony cult for a while. Like, they like talked about the game as if we were like aware that it was silly, as if we thought it was silly in the first place, you know?
Such an electrifying match.
Like, we were just okay with them like laughing at it. People really did think this was an irony cult back in like 2016 or 17. People have come around to it since then, but yeah. It was so normalized to pick on the fact that people were doing this that they thought that we were like they gave us the benefit of the doubt for an ideology that we didn't even like adhere to. Like playing the game seriously as like an ironic joke or some shit. It was really fucking weird. Like, it was too far-fetched for somebody to take the game seriously because of SpongeBob, right? People have had weird opinions about this community over the years.
Nice move by SpongeBob. This match is just about over.
Yeah, because they had the privilege too, because of the money they make. Spending money on dumb shit. Why do you think rich people have like fucking weird ass stupid shit? Like, they'll have this fucking raggedy ass basic looking chair, but they spent millions on it because somebody like fucking farted on it who meant something at one point. Rich people are so interesting, man. People who are rich because of their own success are the most interesting people, because they get to the point where like it's no strings attached. They can just do it. They can say and do what they want, you know. Like, they have enough power to just be based about everything for better or worse. So I at least have to appreciate when people like go off the cuff saying crazy shit. It's like, damn, you wish you could do that, you know? Fucking Kanye West. Like, even if Kanye is a little bit crazy, you have to at least appreciate the fact that he can be crazy. Alright, man. I'm getting really tired of this fucking bullshit. Cool, man. This run's just getting worse and worse. I'll tell you what, I'm not going to be setting this up. I'm just throwing it and hoping that it goes in. I will reset so fast you will not even realize that I even tried to set it up.
Up we go!
And now we wait.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you!
Got about an hour
Yeah.
till we call it.
Myself a snack, but there's no time.
No, it was too far to the right. It wasn't gonna work, but there's no sense in not putting the ball in. Yeah.
They'll
Go.
Hey.
Cool drop then puts.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Yeah, but it wasn't in the right spot. Like, it just fell out because I didn't put it in the right spot. So what was optimal about it?
They'll
Go.
Also, just putting it in the right spot doesn't really say anything for how the rest of the segment's gonna go.
Hey.
It's not just putting the thing in the right spot. There's more to it than that. It's based on time, not number of tries. Yeah, but the reason why we didn't get a run is because that was a bad strategy. Like, you have to take your time somewhat to make sure it goes in the right spot, man. I mean, you say that now, but like, I get what you mean. Like, if we weren't resetting the stuff, then if that were the only reset spot in the game, then yeah, it would make sense to do that. But it's not, because the game's actually hard. It's not fucking free. So you can't just do reckless things like that. That's what's good about the one frames in the beginning of the game. It makes you play honestly. You can't just fucking YOLO shit and get lucky. Also, I know it looked like I didn't set it up, but I actually did set it up. It just happened very quickly. It was hard to see it, but I set it up on the way up to the machine, which is what I usually do. I just got lucky, and then it went in the wrong spot, and then it died, so yeah. That time, I did something very stupid.
Are you ready, kids?
What may look like walking up and randomly throwing it is not walking up and randomly throwing it. I've done that thing like thousands and thousands of times, so
well.
it's gonna look like I didn't set it up, but I actually did.
I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
What you'd be referring to probably in a situation where it looks like I set it up is a setup where it didn't go in the right spot, so I have to walk all the way back down and walk all the way back up. What happened there was I walked into the right, like not the right spot. As it turns out, I didn't go in the right spot, but I walked into a spot that I thought would have worked.
Go.
So I tried it, but if I didn't walk into the right spot immediately, I would have just quit. I wouldn't even have tried to set it up again. I would have just paused the game and quit. Just that's not what happened, so it looks like I didn't set it up, but I actually did. It just happened very quickly.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
I mean, it's the same thing with Sponge Glide. Like, people, I'm sure some people look at some of the Sponge Glides I do and just feel like I'm like rushing it or like not taking my time, and then it works, so it's the same thing. a lot of SBA is like suggesting to the control stick that you want to move the camera. And then the control stick is like, no, we're actually not going to do that. And you're like, okay, well, maybe the other control stick will move. No. Okay, neither control stick wants to move. I guess we just have to throw it and see if it goes in the right spot. It doesn't. Oh, it went in the wrong spot. Let's just see if it stays in. Let's see if the ball somehow magically stays in. It falls out. That's the trick in a nutshell. Especially after the whole beginning of the run, which you guys know a lot more about now, but you don't know like everything yet, because I haven't made the third part yet.
I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
It's gambling. It's basically gambling. And then the moat is like part 2, where it's like, is your control stick gonna move the way you want it to? Maybe it won't. Maybe you'll just get lucky and jump into the right spot. Happens sometimes. Because all my best splits are these setup based tricks. You would think I didn't set them up, but I just got lucky and ended up in the right spot. And for a 3D game with like camera turning and stuff, it's extremely unusual for that to happen. But like, of course, like I've played the game so many times that my sum of best is going to reflect that. No, we have dead zones in this, but that's precisely the issue.
Can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow.
If there were no dead zones, this game would just walk on its own. It's way too sensitive. This controller specifically is kind of bad, though. This one's been annoying as hell for the past, like, what, how long have I had this thing? Like 2 or 3 weeks? It doesn't like to cooperate. It does not detect a lot of input on the middle section. And when it does, it's always way too much, so it's ass for lining things up. At the end of the day, I'm not ready to get a 42 yet, so hopefully by the time I'm ready, the skill that I built on this thing will be enough to transfer the next one and still be able to get 42 paces, despite not being able to get one with this. Edit things? You mean changing the way the game works? Because you already know what I'm going to say about that. I guess like people could make their own controllers, but it's not going to change the way how the way that the dead zone in this game works. Like, it's not just the controller, the game itself has a programmed dead zone. That can't be changed. That'd be like a UCF type fix where like it does not make sense for speedrunning, because the whole point is to beat the game as quickly as possible. It's not like Smash where like the interactions of a match, like where 2 people are playing at the same time, can change if one person's hardware is not consistent.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear.
Speedrunning is much more about like turning lemons into lemonade than like making things fair. Because nothing's fair, first off. Fairness is just like a fucking bullshit term. It's not even a real concept. But fairness in speedrunning is certainly not the point of the hobby. If anything, it's the exact opposite. Like, what about this run seems fair to anybody who actually knows what's going on? Like, who thinks this is fair? Nobody fucking thinks this is fair. But it is what it is. You just play the game.
Just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Deterministic speedruns? As in, like, determining skill? I think people take this shit way too seriously, that's what I think. And that's coming from the guy who takes this shit seriously. I think that you need RNG to keep things like this interesting for a long time. Binary RNG is dumb, where you just flip a coin, it's like either you get it or you don't, but stuff like this where like the robots are in different spots and you have to like react to it and change accordingly, that's fine. As long as there's a chance. If there's a chance to get the desired outcome, it's fine. If there's no chance, then it's stupid. Like that, for example. Like, it makes you react, it keeps you on your toes. You can still get it, but it's made harder by the fact that RNG is involved. If it were the same thing every time, I probably wouldn't miss it nearly as much, but, you know. What are you losing, like a second max if it doesn't fire at the right time? It's not detrimental, at least not yet. I mean, this game's the same way. There's no excuse, but like, I think that like looking at speedrunning with the scope of just like one run, like if you do this one run, it's all your skill. I don't think that's necessary to be a good speedrunning game.
Here's another one.
There are games when RNG fucks you more often than you take control of the game, for sure. But I think in a game like this, where like occasionally you'll get luck that's so bad that you can't continue, but most of the time it's like, oh, you lost 2 seconds because the Krusty Krab forced you to do this thing. Like, the game will throw curveballs at you. The thing about games with no RNG, while you can argue that they're more skillful, without curveballs, it's hard to like know how a player would be able to react if they were put into a situation where they had to adjust their swing, you know? So like, yeah, I think that like variable RNG situations are good to have, but shit like Sunshine, for example, where you got the fucking diaper plant that flies over and shoots shit, like, you just lose a binary 40 seconds off the, like, straight off the fucking bat, you just lose 40 seconds because you get a bad pattern. Like, what are you supposed to do about that? Nothing. So that's bullshit. Yeah, but like, this is fair though. Like, I think that you need a healthy balance of like forcing the player to prove their knowledge during the run, because there are some games where it's like 100% skill and no knowledge, and that's like fine for what it is. But I think it's more interesting to like watch a game and be able to tell what the player is thinking. You can't really tell what the player is thinking if they're doing the same thing every time. And that's absolutely an aspect of skill. Like, how often do I reset because of RNG? Like, once a week? It's like the Matrix, how there's just the one, right? You're gonna have the one that fucks shit up, but it's required, like, the aspect of, the one, what do we say, like, the philosophy of having the one to make things interesting. Like, you get like one run every week that you lose because you get horrible Krusty Krab RNG. Well, it makes the rest of the game more interesting than 99,000 times you played it other than that. So like, it's overall a good change. There needs to be a little bit of chaos, and the player has to be able to I guess, like strangle the chaos head on. asshole. I think that Simpsons hit and run crosses the line a little bit. Like, it's not like this game where, like, the RNG forces you to do different stuff, but you're not going to lose your run to it. That game, you legit lose your run to, like, bad RNG all the time, like, because of the traffic. It leads to some funny situations, but man, I would not want to run that shit. I think that Liquid handles it well, like, he makes it entertaining, whereas I feel like a lot of people would just fucking get mad at it. He kind of makes it funny. And, like, what else are you gonna do, you know? If you kind of choose to run a game, you have to adapt to it. You can't just complain about it and, like, wish it were something else. Alright, well, this run's not good, but still a run, apparently. This is looking okay, let's see how it goes. Oh, fucking dick.
I feel like I should be...
So that's
Yeah, you really just don't truly, like, fully understand how collision in the game works until you master the combat sections, because the collision... Like, we're paying attention to, like, where... Son of a bitch. We're paying attention to, like, where we're hitting these things, too. Like, they have to be able to collide on something, otherwise they bounce on the ground. If they bounce on the ground too many times, then, like, you're just waiting. Which could be a bad thing or a neutral thing, but it's never a good thing when the robots take too long to blow up. Actually, there would be some situations where it's a good thing, where if it just barely waits out the timer so you get your shiny bonuses and they're not waiting too long. There could be some strategic moments where it would be smart to wait a second to hit the final robot. Like, if I'd just been barely under there and the combo was going to fill me out, it would have been beneficial to, like, wait to hit it. Maybe. But, again, it's just, like, feel-based. That's skill. In my opinion, that's critical thinking on the fly. And runs that don't have any of that just become, like, you know, rudimentary tasks. I don't really care how hard it is. Like, 120-star runs, having the player, like, react to, like, where the coins go and shit, it adds more to the game. It's stupid, but, like, I've never seen a 120-star runner lose their run to bad coin RNG. I've never witnessed that, so, like, it's fine. I've witnessed runs get worse because of it, and eventually die because there's too much of it, but, like, it's not common.
what a shocking takedown by Patrick.
It's a fair system. Like, Sunshine is just straight up unfair. Simpsons is unfair, but, like, in a way, like, it makes the game more entertaining, I guess. Like, without it, it would be worse without it, but it's also, like, definitely worse with it, but it's just, it's a weird situation. It's like, damned with, damned without.
Nice flying, head thing move by Patrick.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. That's the goal, man. It's over so quickly. I was kind of worried it was getting too long. Yeah, I think that Liquid is just the guy for the job. Like, he's just the right personality to be playing that game. He makes it look much more fun than I'm sure it is. The poor guy has to fucking deal with his chat, like, clinging on him like a bunch of monkeys at a zoo. And he just plays the game and it just fucks him over all day. But he handles it like a champ, you know? Like, how can you not support it? Hey, 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 hey. You're the guy for this. Let's talk. I can't wait to hear the talk tonight. Or tomorrow morning for me. It's always Morbin time.
The old clothesline move.
Liquid isn't funny. Liquid viewer spotted. Avid Liquid viewer Liquid waiting room spotted. I hate Liquid, but watches Liquid every day that he streams. And there you have it. Today, tonight. But I'm watching it tomorrow morning because, like, you know. Yeah, it's interesting because, like, there are a lot of people who watch Liquid who also, like, watch me. And, like, to them, it's like the waiting room. Because, like, I don't know, maybe people just like the licensed games like they grew up with. But then you also have people who, like, watch me and, like, wait for entirely other different streamers who stream way different shit. Like, people, like, my numbers will go down when people, like, are watching Mango, for example. Like, on days when Mango doesn't stream, my numbers are better. Everybody's got their own reasons for watching whatever they're watching. Yeah, I know you're a hit and run viewer. You didn't have to tell me. I could already tell. You can just tell. Like, I've been around long enough to know. Oh my god. I've been watching that game longer than Liquid's had the world record in it. Fuck, that felt good. I like this game kind of like sits in the middle of everything. Like, it's a licensed game, but it's got like a lot of the same things that like the Mario runners like and whatnot. A lot of the Zelda guys like this too. And it's just cool. Like, it's kind of like right in the middle of all this shit. That's cool, you know. Oh, I needed to be a pixel to the right. That's nice. Guess I have to redo the whole fucking game now. Which game? Simpsons? Yeah, they have a PC port. That's a big thing. If that game didn't have a PC port, it'd be so much worse. The console versions are, like, not very good, unfortunately. They're, like, 30 capped and they lag like crazy. Yeah, it's fortunate enough to have a PC port. What, no SBA runners? That's not even a category anymore. You can just do 2 Tiki. You don't want to do this anyway. It's funny looking back. Back when we used to do 2 Tiki in this shit for like a week that it existed. I don't think anybody expected this to be the run killer. It was always like weird, but I don't think anybody expected it to be like this until 1 Tiki was figured out. There was that one year that we did 2 Tiki and 100 because it was less optimized and it was like not necessary, I guess. Like, it wasn't doing more for the run than it was taking away from the like the attempts. But yeah, it got to the point where it was necessary. there is no SBA. I mean, you can feel free to run any percent without SBA, but like, it's just arbitrary to ban a trick like this. It's just a, you know, it's not even like tech. You're just exploiting something that's in the game. Feel free to play what you want, but there's no need to make a category. Yeah, going into 100% was like a year later. That was when I figured out the current setup that we use now. Because I had to, otherwise it would have just been a shit show. That's the thing, is like a lot of things in this game were found because they had to be found. You know, like the gamer gunk strat. If we didn't figure that shit out, the game would have been awful to play. Same with this one Tiki setup. While it's definitely far from perfect, it's still better than what we had before. The game is actually playable. Add strats when you need them.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
When you feel that it would be easier for you to improve by improving your strategies, as opposed to getting better at the ones that you're doing now, that's when you do things. And part of speedrunning is learning when to do that. Can I use your stream for advertising?
They'll
I'm just gonna say no.
Hey.
Cause like, I have no idea what you're about to advertise. I mean, like, in general, like, self-promo is kind of cringe. I'm not gonna say you're gonna get in trouble for doing it, but like, I have no idea what you're asking to do. So I'm not gonna say yes or no.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. How?
I mean, you should just like post it in like the Discord server, maybe. If you want to sell something, like post it in my server, see if anybody's interested. I think that there are some people in the community who like retro stuff like that. Maybe they'll buy it from you. You know, it's hard to tell. I mean, I didn't get the joke. I don't think that you're allowed to sell that. Because it's like, again, like, I would not license that. If somebody was gonna like make VHSs for a YouTube video that includes like licensed properties like SpongeBob and shit.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
That's definitely very shady. I would not want to be involved in that, but I also wouldn't stop somebody from doing it. They just need to be very careful about how they're doing it in a way that is legal. Dude, what the fuck was... I think I made the right choice by grabbing there, but like, man. That was really dumb. a VHS of my stream. Just like a stream. What stream specifically?
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Just imagine like 4x3 streams 30 years ago with like the face cam like overlaid on top of the 4x3 gameplay. It'd be so ass.
Simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
When is this thing expected to be done? Is it like a... Are you guys making like an image and then I can make a video on it or something? Like you guys want me to like make the video on it after you make the image? Oh, okay. Because like it'd be funny for me to like react to it and I can give insight as well. But yeah, they could do that if they want. I mean, to be fair, anybody can make a video on it. But yeah, I'd be down to do that if you guys are like proud of it. I can make a video on it.
3 years running. Thank you.
What's it?
Number 1.
I disagree, Sean. I don't think this community is motivated by money. You need to be paying people a full-time salary. And even then they probably wouldn't accept it because they have jobs of their own. I think that like the younger people who don't understand like budgeting and stuff, like they still probably wouldn't do it. Just a feeling. But you could try. I mean, I think it's like kind of weird to involve money in art where it's not necessary. Plus, like, I've tried to motivate people with money in the past in this community to like participate in tournaments and stuff, like putting prize pots up and shit. Doesn't work. People just don't care about the money in this game. They just want to play the game. It's not about the money. In general, speedrunning is that way, but I noticed that especially with this community is that people are not motivated. Like, they won't budge just because somebody's willing to pay them.
3 years running. Thank you.
The Empire. Exactly. Amen to that. How did it sound? How'd the stream sound on the big screen? I've never tested that before, but I'm kind of curious. Hot. Yeah, you're gonna notice more blemishes when it's 1080p on a gigantic screen for sure. Massive skyscrapers. Yeah. That'd be something. Times Square.
With sleep, dream.
I wonder how the history videos would sound in a theater. That'd be an awesome excuse to build a home theater, to test my videos in it. Maybe someday when I'm rich. Fuck you, man. Cool, and that's just like that. Just like that. It feels almost random. Arbitrary which ones work and which ones don't. Obnoxious fucking game. In the next 5 years, I would like to own a lot of property somewhere, but I need to haggle people for money on the internet for a long period of time.
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack.
Nice double jump.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
I liked Scooby more.
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack. But there's no time!
Scooby-Doo, like, is pretty honest with what it's doing. Incredibles, like, it's hard to explain. It somehow feels more repetitive because it tries to warm you up to stuff and then it never expands on it. It just does not get better. Thanks, Super. Thank you for the gift subs. One more?
Hey,
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Incredibles has like a decent start and then just does not evolve at all. It actually devolves. Yo, Anonymous. Thanks for the gift subs. Thanks for contributing to the home theater project.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
I think it'd be really like, just like putting this out there. Just like tossing it out there. I think it'd be really cool to own like a $600,000 to $700,000 home. And just like pay like put enough money down on it to have an affordable amount of rent for what I'm making now. I think that I can do that if Cosmic Shake does well and I hold on to it for like a few years, you know. Not literally Cosmic Shake, but like what can come from it, you know. All right, thank you Joe for the 2 gift subs, and thank you Dill. One more. Kind of want to play Friday. This game's pissing me off.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well,
Yep.
Well, it was for a good cause.
There's no time!
It was for the Empire. SHiFT, will you be my real estate agent? I'm not even anywhere near being qualified to be a real estate agent. I just said that I want to try to own a $600,000 to $700,000 home someday. That'd be nice. That's like,
Hey,
it's definitely not modest, but it's you know, it's not aggressive for like a single person looking to eventually have a family. You know? Why that specific range? The stuff that I've looked at in general, like in that range, like I feel like I wouldn't want to move up or down.
fishing for robots.
Like I'm not like, also thank you Lobo for the gift sub to one more please, okay. The homes that I've looked at, like when I look at the $400,000 homes, I'm like, I feel like I want to move up from this at some point. But when I look at the $600,000 to $700,000 homes, I kind of like, I feel like I wouldn't need to go higher than that. Because at most, like, I probably wouldn't have more than 2 or 3 kids at any point. I can't see having more than that. I also don't have a lot of unique interests that require more space. Like, at most, I'd probably just want to, like, grow my own food and have a home theater. I don't really have too many more ambitions other than just working and doing this better and, like, making art and stuff. Like, it'd be cool to have a room dedicated to, like, recording stuff with a green screen. Just like anything to like turn my house into like a place to raise a family and create shit. That's all I really want. Thank you, Super, for continuing your gift sub. Yeah, I need a home theater with Morbius playing 24/7. I've given it some thought. Just, I need a safe area with, you know, a lot of, not necessarily a lot of property, but enough to keep things spaced out.
I should do it again sometime.
And good internet. Need Verizon Fios, or something like that. Tired of my neck going down in the middle of my streams. We need one more. It'd be nice to have like a really successful couple of years at some point and then just like use that to get myself started somewhere.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear.
Own property that I'll appreciate and value. Because I don't want to invest in stocks, I prefer investing in, you know, real estate, that kind of physical thing. Thanks, Joe. Welcome, man, I appreciate that.
Downtown.
3 more billion acres. Cool dropped input. How many times have I lost runs and dropped inputs tonight? Invest in NFTs. Yeah, good financial advice. Gladly take that one. Thank you, Lobo. Thank you, man.
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Thank you, Bottle. There's no text-to-speech during speedruns. Too memey. Also, what the hell was going on yesterday?
they'll
I feel like text-to-speech was just not working for most people yesterday.
Hey,
Money!
Are you ready, kids?
Wait, really? No, I heard it for lower than that. Thanks for the 300.
well,
Yeah, because everybody needs a place to live, and the population is it's just gonna keep increasing. So land will always be valuable. It just depends on where you invest, not if you invest. That's why I like real estate. But I don't think I want to invest in the sense where like I have tenants and stuff. I just want to buy something that I'm going to use.
they'll
An investment for clarity and health and whatnot.
hey,
My business. Well, yeah, because there's a housing bubble and it's gonna burst in the next like 6 months or so. When people realize that landlords are, you know, fucking charging ridiculous rent that nobody can afford. No one's gonna buy it. People are just gonna be left with dog shit that nobody's fucking using. So shit's gonna crash hard and then it'll go back up, and that's when you make your money. So I don't know. I was thinking about moving in the next year, but I kind of want to just keep an eye on it. Yeah, fucking Mr. Dickovich. Not fixing his door and demanding rent. I want house prices to go down too, man.
Fine. Push, 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 push.
Yeah, it's the way that land is being used exactly. Like there are a lot of vacant houses and apartments and shit that people just don't want to touch because they're like $6,000 a month in rent.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh yeah, it's terrible. That's why I'm not moving. Nah, I'm not for that. If you make enough money to want a mega mansion, do what you want with your money. I'm not gonna be that way. It is what it is, man. Like, I'm not gonna like police people on what they want to do with their money. Just, you know, it is what it is. Mega realtors are buying a fuck ton of land, not using it for shit. Eventually the bubble will burst, they'll have to get rid of it.
Downtown.
You know. Such is life.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm getting really tired of these fucking pesky little stupid fucking things that happen that ruin the whole thing, and then I have to do it all over again because of the stupid little pesky fucking thing. Pesky! That's the only fucking word I have for it.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
I know it's because I'm tired, but I don't have anything to edit. Yeah, you do. I'd still recommend doing that anyway. But yeah, you gotta do that.
Hey,
It'll update at some point, like it's auto. You never watched or played Friday? Do you not watch the highlight reels? This most recent one was really good. You missed out. I mean, you can always go and watch it, but like, it was a good one. Yeah, one more is a Friday meme. Oh, you never watched it live. Watching Friday live is just fucking there's always, like every single game, something happens, man. Like a lot of the clips, like a lot of the funniest shit just doesn't even make it in. That's why I like the clip channel, because we get all the good moments. Like, you're picking and choosing a lot when it comes to the highlights. There are plenty of moments that are highlight worthy, but like a lot of it's like really funny shit that's fun to watch live and watch shit like unfold, but yeah, you wouldn't highlight it necessarily.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, you're pretty new.
I can't hear you.
But yeah, I like that you've been, you know, running the game, watching stuff, talking to people.
Well,
It's cool. A lot of people are afraid to do that. People wait too long.
I make myself a snack.
People watch for like 2 or 3 years until they start talking. Yo, what's up? Yeah, I feel that. I've lurked in communities for a long time.
they'll
Yeah, now you're seeing like people's individual perspectives appearing in the highlight reels too. I like the community we've got surrounding that game in this community. It's like pretty enthusiastic about it. I'm gonna have to make a history video on the fucking montages. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. I thought it was very much improved from the first one, yeah. Like just overall, like the way things were explained.
We can't
The
judge
editing and all
fish
that.
today. I'm going fishing for robots.
I noticed the first one got more views because people saw the second one was out. So that's nice. I think it'll be a classic someday. People will look back on it and like it. Tuning in out of sympathy. Responding out of sympathy. Pathetic. I've been around the internet too long to wait and talk. Yeah, no, I feel that. I mean, like, I know it's different for me, because, like, when I show up in a chat, like, I got, like, the verified badge, and, like, typically in speedrunning, people know who I am. So I feel like I don't have to, like, introduce myself, but, no, I feel that, though. It's respect for just being able to do that. I guess it really goes both ways, too, because, like, having a reputation, like, you have to kind of, like, be careful not to say stuff in certain chats, because, like, if you say, like, oh, well, like, hi, and the whole chat's just hyper-fixated on the fact that, like, SHiFT is here, it makes things, like, worse. It's hard to explain. Like, people just start, like, acting differently. And then the stream suddenly just becomes about, like, entertaining you and not, like, the guy just, like, being themselves, you know? Only staying out of sympathy. Only. Oh, dude, the checking the viewers list for streamers, yeah. There was a guy in this community who used to do that.
Hey,
Tetrax was talking about that, how, like, he just checked the viewer list and be like, oh, Tetrax, I saw that you were here. And, didn't say hi. Just wanted to make sure everything is cool. It's like, bruh. Bruh. Well,
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
definitely. I don't know. I have the viewer list up from like the beginning of the stream. Just cause like it's hard to explain if you don't stream, but I have the pop-out chat, so I can have it on my monitor, but my dashboard isn't, so I don't have like my view count in my face the entire stream. So I have like the other chat like closed out, like conveniently just like showing the viewer list like closed it out, so we don't have two chats running at the same time. So like I just have like a viewer list of like who's here before the streams start, but I'll only sometimes refresh it just to see like who's moderating and whatnot. But if I see somebody here who's like obviously lurking, like if there's like a moderator who's like obviously on the lurk, I'm not gonna call them out and like make them do shit. If I hear that, it's an instant close the stream. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, the view count? Oh. Well, yeah, I have it up because, like, after a while, like, it stops getting to you, but I just like to have it up to, like, as, like a live feedback to what I'm doing. I think it's useful information in some situations, but yeah, I wouldn't recommend it for everybody, no, definitely not. I got my view count in the bottom corner of the screen so everybody knows how many views I have. Oh, that? Oh, yeah, but, like, who does that, though? Does anybody really... Like, who the fuck does that?
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do it, like, between games. It is useful information sometimes if you know, like, what certain people like to watch. Like, the people that you know pretty well, like your VIPs and mods. Like, if you see them hanging out for a different game, it's, like, a good tell that, like, maybe you're doing something right. But I try not to read into it that much. I just think there's information to be taken everywhere. Like, there's no such thing as useless information necessarily, you just have to figure out how to use it.
You just met the Sponginator.
Yeah, getting partners, like... I think that people glorify it a little bit too much sometimes, especially in like the grassroots communities where like people have been around for ages and it's like only these people have it. It's not as big of a deal as it used to be. I wouldn't stress too much about it. But it's just cool to like have it, I guess. I know a lot of partners who have just disabled their check badge actually. It's kind of funny. I thought about using the battery badge because I like the lightning bolt. I feel like SHiFT is distinguished enough people to know that, like, you know, it's me. Or rather that, like, it's the SHiFT because, like, on YouTube and, like, whatnot, you can just have your name be whatever. Like, a verified badge is actually useful on a platform like that. But here it's like, if you've been here long enough, at least in my case, like... I've gotten that on TikTok, like, is this SHiFT or is this somebody uploading these clips? Like, nah, it's me, I just don't have a verified badge. That was nice. I messed up. Cool.
Are you ready, kids?
True, yeah, I do speak in the third person on TikTok. That is true. But it works. And I don't care.
Yep. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Watch how this guy speedruns, banging your mom. I still want to do the one for the fans with the fucking... Shoihi thinks he's cracked. Do you agree? And it's just the watch me hit with the suicide kill. Yo, what is cool over here? Watch me hit the suicide kill. The 90-degree turn with the shotgun. That clip is so funny, it's so underwhelming, but everybody just freaked out over it. I love that clip. Look at this ghoul over here. Yeah, it wasn't even good, and we all just freaked out over it because it was funny.
They'll
It's just straight up like he jumped off the balcony and just like 90-degree turn.
Hey,
Shotgun is like right up next to him. Of course, it kills him one hit. That was the best part though, because like none of the shit that we were doing was actually good, but it was funny as hell. Just the reactions made it good. We occasionally had like some people like, oh my god, the guy who did the trick shot with the revolvers off the fucking plane and terminal. That shit was fucking awesome. There were some people who genuinely were like cracked and they'd like come here to hang out and do trick shots. I like that. We attracted the audience. We attracted the target audience with fucking just random people playing the game. And shit was funny. That's all we need, man. That's why Friday works too. Some stupid shit. It's the same thing every time. The card just gets sent in the air and people will just start screaming. It works every time. But now, like, I feel like my chimp brain is gonna take a little bit more to actually get a hit now. Because now we figured out how to shoot people into the sky, and now it's just gonna get a little bit tougher. That's why we need to take a break. We need to take a break and then de-rust it in the future. Just walking up and shooting somebody with the gun needs to be funny again. Yeah, no, he actually was, like, good. Yeah, man. See you later. Thanks for watching. Yeah, we're trying to do it tonight. Also, sub Naruto. Thank you, man. We're trying to do Ripto's Rage tonight because I'm not going to have anything to edit, most likely. I'm not taking a break from editing, I'm just planning out the next video in a way. Like, I have to record it, cut out the outtakes, and then it'll be ready for editing. So yeah, not planning, but like I'm preparing, that's the word I was looking for, yeah. Well, I've only done it twice since I've come back. The first session took like an hour and 20. The next one took like 240. But the second one, I had way higher standards and the stuff I was explaining was a lot more complex, so maybe it's not going to take as long this time.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, part 2, I just, like, again, like, I was rusty with the first one. First one, I was kind of just, like, shoving myself back into the process, trying to, you know, just sink or swim. Sometimes you just have to do that to get productive, just force yourself. See that it's not so bad, and then just go from there. Second one, I was much pickier, but the skill wasn't quite there, not quite de-rusted. That, in and of itself, means it's time to stop. It is time to stop after that. I don't even know why I kept going. Yeah, I'm not happy with how this went today.
I've gone
3 runs to SBA, none of them made it past. Yeah, just fucking whatever. Just not even gonna talk about it. Yo, nice. You watched the whole thing? Damn. Yeah, the whole thing was good. It wasn't just like streaming for 34 hours. It was like actually like entertaining the whole way through for me at least. Even the parts where I was half awake, still. It was a good stream. Yeah. We really benefited from the schedule. Like, the games were ordered perfectly. I don't think I'd do it that exact way again, though. Because I felt like shit for a week. I felt like shit for like 2 or 3 days, but... And now I'm just like... sleeping more than I should. Yeah, the guy just walks into the fucking gate. Like, what? $34. Mm-hmm. It's gonna be longer next time, but it's also gonna be broken up with sleep. Yeah, I've done long streams in the past, but like a good portion of those streams are just like doing like Friday or like Quiplash or whatever the fuck, like lazy content. But actually like commentating playthroughs the whole way through for 34 hours. Plus, like, with the challenge runs, like, lights, camera, pants, like, 30 hours in. And, like, upgradeless movie, like, 20 hours in. Like, that definitely was, I think that helped, though, because it was stimulating. Like, it was, the adrenaline that I got from lights, camera, pants wore off at the beginning of Creature from the Krusty Krab, and the melatonin just fucking came crashing in. Like, paired with the fact that, like, Creature from the Krusty Krab is a generally boring game. Yeah, I just fucking almost fell asleep. No, I did fall asleep multiple times. I think it made it even better that, like, the whole beginning of the game was just driving, so I was just, like, actually falling asleep behind the wheel. It was artistic. The whole thing was artistic the way through. Yeah, the Scooby VOD, I can check on it right now, see if it's processed, but it's most likely not going to be today. I'll have a look. Incredibles was a really funny playthrough. Like, that was probably one of the best playthroughs we've done. The commentary was just fun the entire way through, and funny shit happened. Oops, wrong level.
The graveyard.
Yeah. We'll just do this first and end with Kelp. They really fucking nailed the color palette with this game, man. Like, when you compare, like, similar levels with similar themes in Scooby-Doo, they somehow managed to make this look vibrant despite being, like, so, like, grim. They just, oh my god, this game is so good, man. SHiFT tells it like it is. Do I even want to fucking watch that? I'm not getting canceled, right? I'll watch it in a bit. Oh, it's like some fucking like America can be described in one word. 30 hours into fucking yay SpongeBob. Holy shit. Oh my god. The fucking propeller grab, dude. Fucking... That's the iceberg of annoying things in the game. That's the bottom of the fucking iceberg, that fucking propeller grab.
Are you ready, kids?
SHiFT tells it like it is. I'm starting to wake up a little bit. I don't feel like this is all. Holy shit, man! The fucking thought just passed through my brain like water in a strainer. Like there's straight up like no cognition going on there. Actually, retirement home gameplay. Holy fuck, that's like genuinely extremely, like I had a stroke. Like I straight up had a stroke in that moment. Dude, that's worse than fucking marijuana, man. That's like... like I said. SpongeBob can be described in one word. He said so little while saying so much. Ism. I feel like it is ism. And that's it. Oh man.
Here we are in
Yay, SpongeBob. Piss. They're really still doing this shit with like the celebrity meals at fast food. Dude, they already fucking peaked with Travis Scott. Why are they doing more? Yeah, man, it was like not just like playing the games like casually. All like there were a couple of those. Like we did like some pretty tough challenges. Getting through lights, dude. Getting through Surf Rescue at 30 hours was like kind of crazy. Like not 30 hours. It was more like 27, but you know what I mean. I was kind of worried I'd be too tired. But yeah, the adrenaline just got me through that shit. Rescue. It's a like a pun kind of. Surf Rescue. Yeah. Yeah, the fucking movie Merv shit at like 2 hours, excuse me, 20 hours was like pretty bad. But like doing lights, camera, pants all the way through 100%, on the hardest difficulty, like 30 hours in, was like, yeah. We're definitely gonna be doing sleep. Like it was honestly a circus by the end. Fucking creature from the Krusty Krab, just next level. Like, I'm getting to the age where my brain is not going to recover from shit like that if I keep doing that to myself. So that'll probably be the last time we ever do like 30 hours straight, you know? Unless some odd circumstances come up. But I doubt it. Following for a while, but I realize you look like Moist Critical. I beg to differ, but that's cool. Nothing against him. I said the same thing with Keanu Reeves as well. It's ABG Neil. He's the only one that looks like me. He's a rapper guy. Like if I didn't have the hair, you would say. I mean, you probably would still think that it looked like me if you looked at the way that guy looks like, but he's like this fucking rapper who's like tatted up. He's got to be on the iceberg. He's 100% bottom of the SHiFT iceberg. ABG Neil. Oh, fuck. ABG Neil. He's a rapper. Like a SoundCloud rapper or something. No disrespect, by the way. Yeah, he apparently, like... They found him like 3 or 4 years ago. But he has the exact same face that I do. People say that I look like Moist Critical, but if you saw us like both in the same room side by side, you would definitely not say that. It's probably just because like neither of us like have like a... At least like when I'm talking on stream, I don't like go nuts with like the enunciation and shit. But we both kind of just like talk, not at like a necessarily monotone level, but yeah. Yeah, we both look like... With Yo-Man, it's like, what is it with him? It's like... I think it's like the eyes. Like... I think my eyes are like my forehead's a little bit bigger and the eyes are a little bit farther apart. Or no, my eyes are closer together and my forehead's a little bit bigger. And our hairline's different, but like, yeah, you can tell like we both look similar. That's apparently what Mango said. Is that he could tell that we were brothers because of the whole like facial complexion thing. My brother was telling me about how he met Mango at one of the Smash events. SBA Neil. Yo, glad you enjoyed it, man. Yeah, I was on my analytics and I'm like, this video is not doing as well as I thought it would. But then I looked at the other analytics and I'm like, oh, okay, so like the first part's getting more views. So people probably missed the first part and they went back and watched it and then they watched the second part. And I was right about it. Like later, like it got more views because people were just like watching the first one. And they need to watch the first one before watching the second one. Also, I didn't go live until later, so that like affects it as well, because I promote it when I go live. Yeah, so far it is ranked 4th. Yep, it's probably not going to move up from that. Actually, maybe it'll... I'll give it a day. Maybe in the first, like, 48 hours or 36 hours it'll surpass the first one. Yeah, my best performing video by far, like, in recent times was the 43, 34. I think just 'cause people were just so shocked that it improved by that much. Like, they had to see it. It makes sense. There's also any percent, because, like, when I did that in 100, like, it was shocking, but it wasn't, like, you know, any percent. Oh, the explanations? Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about doing that. Because I'm starting to notice that my current format's stagnating. So I was thinking, like, maybe I could, like, reformat them. I was thinking about that. But a lot of it requires context. I was thinking about doing that with the highlight reels too. That's exactly what I'm doing with the TikTok though, is like just the text-to-speech tells you what's happening and then you just see it happen. I'm looking at it now and yeah, they're doing better than they like for sure. The few that I got to pop off definitely helped. Like my numbers like on the average video are like 3 times better. So we're doing okay now. We're at 1,500 followers, like, doing okay. I think the Patreon is starting to grow a little bit too. I'm noticing that, like I'm getting more patrons with these new videos that I'm putting out. And also the highlight reels advertise them, so. It's all connected, I think. People see the highlight reels to become aware of the Patreon, and then the other videos I'm making are helping support the Patreon as well, even though they're not like plugging them directly. What do you think of that thumbnail, by the way, guys? The one on the new part. I'm trying to keep them like every thumbnail, even if it has something to do with the game, is like a reference to like a part of the show. And if I don't know if those of you who notice who are like fans of the show, but that was based on the frame when he like pokes through the wall and the steel gets ripped. I don't know if you guys remember that episode. I think like you choose how much you want to do. Also, Perky, thank you, man. See you later. Thanks for watching. You choose how much you want to do on Patreon. Damn, we are really gonna hit 30,000 attempts before the year's over. Easily. Damn. Season 4, episode 1? When he rips through the steel? Oh, you're right. Like, that was a different episode when he rips through the steel. Like, there are 2 different parts when he does that. Yeah, I think you're right. Yep. Yeah, that was thanks to the Spongeathon. Interesting. You gotta subscribe. Let's check the replay channel, see if Scooby-Doo is processed. Really? It's interesting. Turn on notifications then? Processing HD. Yeah, that could be another day or so. So yeah, Scooby won't be up today, but maybe it'll be up tomorrow. Let's maybe check it out. Sec. Yeah, it's processed, but it's in 360p. Dog. Yeah, it could be it. I also don't upload, like, that often. Like, I upload maybe, like, once every other week, usually. I don't go crazy. I only upload when I have... Because I'd prefer... My new philosophy with the main channel is I want people to get into the habit of watching every video that I put out. It's just better for analytics. So if I want to put stuff out that, like, people will almost certainly at least click on. And the world records are probably going to do way better than, like, they were before I was making these parts that explain how it's done. So yeah, it's all doing better now. Whenever I upload videos like that, my stream always does better too. That was the big thing that I was missing, is that I wasn't mixing in the video editing with the grind. Like, I was just doing the game for 14 hours a day, which, like, made sense at the time, but, like, right now it doesn't make sense because, like, any percent's, like, pretty tame compared to 100. We kind of just have to keep hammering attempts, and I think that after, like 14 hours of any percent a day is probably unproductive, I would say. For 100%, it's debatable, but for any percent, like, it's much more mental than it is, like, hammering down muscle memory. But yeah, we need the compound interests with the videos too. Not just the skill in the game. Oh, you timed him out by accident or deleted his message? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, to Soul Station, sorry about that. Yeah, mistakes happen. Oh, cool. There's this guy I followed a while back that I never rated. Jeremy Thompson. He's doing Spyro Year of the Dragon, which I think is the third one, right? I'll be playing those soon. Sorry, Hero. I'm getting off. I gotta go try to get to bed earlier so I can be on at the right time. But I'll see you guys tonight. If you guys haven't seen the new video, playlist is right there. Check it out. The new one's the one at the bottom. I'll see you guys tonight, hopefully sometime around like 7, 8, 9 p.m. You know, the usual. And we're probably going to play Spyro tonight for a little bit. I'll try to mix it in if I get up on time. Till then, you guys already know. Thanks for watching. Peace out.